as millions brace for the impact of a potentially deadly hurricane. Our meteorologists are in the CNN Severe Weather Center and along the Florida coast. Let's go right to CNN's Jennifer Gray. She's on Florida's Gulf Coast. Jennifer, what are you seeing?
Wow. Welcome back. We are back on the air. Thanks to the hard work of Duke Energy and Cox Business and Verizon Fiber, we are officially back on the air. And I just want to say thank you for everybody who sent us their prayers and also their support. What a night. Oh my goodness. What a night we had when we had Sasha. And by the way, we will have Sasha returning to the show. We're trying to get her rescheduled. I haven't reached out to her yet, but through email and everything, she says that she would like to come back on and finish our conversation. There were some things going there. That was kind of a strange night altogether. We had audio issues fading in and out. We've never had those issues. She was actually experiencing some things on her end that were making, I don't know, uncomfortable, but making, obviously she was sensing something there. So we will definitely bring Sasha back and we'll talk about that. But as you guys know, we were knocked off of the air about 1:30. Yeah, about 1:30 Thursday night as we were talking with our guest, Sasha. And it was quite a night. I will tell you, it's the first hurricane that I've ever lived through. And obviously I lived through it because I'm here talking to you tonight. But it was scary. And what was really concerning, it was only a Category 1. That was unbelievable. Now, we actually, if you guys were watching the news, Crystal River was the one, or not Crystal River, but you also had Cedar Keys. We were actually right between the two. And so we were right in the middle of the most damage, wind damage, and more so than the wind damage was the storm surge. They said that the storm surge, at first they told us it was only going to be about 2 feet, then they said 6 feet, then it got up to 9 feet, and I think last estimates in some areas it got up to 12 feet. Think about that. Look at your room right now that you're in. Most rooms are about 8-foot ceilings. So think of a wall of water coming at you, the size of the height of your room, and then add a few more, just in case. So that's the storm surge. Luckily, we were inland enough that there was enough trees and swamp and land between us and them. But we actually got hit from both sides. We had the Gulf side, but then we also had what they call the Chattahoochee, which is a river that runs literally within about 100 yards of our house. So that also came in. But thank God, we stayed dry. A lot of homes in this area did not, and we were very fortunate. But we made it through. Like I said, it's almost like an Armageddon movie. You wake up the next morning, you go to bed not knowing, and of course it was hard to go to sleep, but you had to. And when we woke up, the sun is out, peeking between the clouds, and you walk outside and just see utter devastation. Most of the damage to our property was actually caused. We didn't have really that much damage at all. Most of the damage to our property most of the tree limbs and stuff in our property were from our neighbors. We actually paid to have our trees hurricane proofed, if there's such a thing. But yeah, so we were very, very fortunate as far as our home goes. Now the SS Minnow, Nat Haven actually is the name of the ship. That wasn't as fortunate. We got the call later, well, not that day, but the next day, saying, got to come down to the Marina, but you can't come down to the Marina because everything's blocked. They have everything completely blocked off. And by the way, your 10-ton boat is sitting up on the dock, and land. So that was a little discouraging, and I appreciate my good friend Tom there at the Marina for sitting watch. They were without power, so of course the sump pumps go after the batteries go on the boat. So then it started taking on water, and the more water it took on, the more it's going to take on. If you know anything about boats, there's these things called sculper valves that help drain the water. Well, once those valves are below the water line, then they're just holes in the ship. So Tom very diligently, hats off to him. I appreciate everything he's done and everything. I know he's a listener as well, and I hope he's getting sleep tonight. But yeah, the Marina was completely destroyed as well. They had boats inside the racks. They put boats inside racks. They floated off. 12 foot. I mean, think about it, 12 feet of water. That is above normal. Then, so luckily we made it. But yeah, went a few days without power. I consider it a test, and I will tell you, I failed miserably. We will definitely be making changes here at the Norton household. We had what I call nuclear food, so we have plenty of food. We had no way of cooking it, none whatsoever. We had to grill, and we had charcoal and stuff like that. But we probably would have ran out about 3 days into it. Now I will say that I have about 3 cords of wood cut, so we that wasn't too bad. And everything, but we had no power. And I don't know about you, but if you have ever been in Florida during the summer season, humidity, especially after a storm, is 98%. That's 98% humidity. And when it's 80, 90 degrees outside at 98% humidity, if you're not used to that weather, it is very difficult to breathe. It's almost like you are gasping for air. And when the night that we were without power, I actually slept. Godsend. I'll tell you this. We literally 2 days prior to the hurricane, we finished our pool in the backyard. I mean, we're talking finished, where we could actually get into it. It was all chemical balanced and all that. I didn't fall asleep in the pool. I literally went and slept in the pool to stay so I could breathe. It was that bad. And lesson learned here. I will not go another day without a generator. And I've been doing a lot of research, and I've decided on the generator that I'm going to get, and it will be portable. Because one of the issues they had with the boat is they had no power out there. And so they couldn't get the pumps going. So we had to get Ceto out there, and they had to pump the boat out with gas pumps. And, it was just tragic. Now, the SS Minnow, Nat Haven, is going to be okay. We will rebuild. We will clean, and we will rebuild. And it's going to set us back a few. We're looking at, the engines on that thing. We were restoring the engines and thought we could restore them. Well, now they're a total loss. I can tell you from sitting underwater, they're pretty much a total loss. And so you got 2 of them, 2 engines, that we have to replace now. And they're big engines. So we have to replace that. We have to replace, pretty much gut the inside of the boat, and which we were doing anyways. Thank God I didn't upgrade the electronics. I was waiting until the weather got a little bit cooler here in September. I was going to rewire the boat anyways to get it up to Coast Guard standard. I didn't start on that project. We were scheduled to start on the 8th of this month. So the good news is none of that was damaged. All that equipment, thousands and thousands of dollars in electrical work. We didn't, luckily we didn't, We didn't invest that and put it in the boat only to have it ripped back out. I know a lot of you guys are saying insurance, covers. Yeah, our insurance does cover, but it's still a pain in the butt. It really, really is. But we will, I promise you, we will get Nat Haven up and running again as soon as we possibly can. It's going to probably put us back a couple months, though, realistically, because now we have to source, we have to find new motors, and these are car engines. So we'll source those and get those rebuilt and put those in. And it has two 350 Chevy engines in there, big engines, big boys, large block. So we will get those done, and that's gonna delay us a little bit, but probably about December, I think we should be good to go and everything. But I just want to say to all of those people out there, thank you for your well wishes. Thank you for your support. Now, one observation I will say, which is really impressive, call it what it is, it's impressive as heck. I'm very proud of the community in which I live. I really, really am. There are stories all over the place, all over the news. Cedar Keys got hit the worst. If you guys are watching CNN, they were at Cedar Keys, which is right up the street. They moved from our neighborhood up to Cedar Keys, which is about 20 miles north of us. Give you an idea where we're at. So 20 miles north of us, and they Cedar Keys is just a great community. It's known for its oysters. That's what it's known for. It's fishing community. Just a great working class fishing community. It's still a fishing community, big time fishing community. They got wiped out. In 2 weeks they have the big pirate festival, which is coming to Cedar Keys. Now I will tell you, it's all in the news, everywhere. Hundreds of volunteers, craftsmen, people, construction workers, people of all walks of life during their Memorial Weekend were there in Cedar Keys helping to clean up and rebuild. This is not a government. You didn't get FEMA money. They didn't get insurance money. They didn't get a handout. These are Americans helping fellow Americans. That's what a community is all about. I am so proud to say that I live. I mean, even in Yankeetown, even in Levy, neighbors were helping neighbors clear yards, cut down trees. We had a neighbor who had a huge live oak tree fall on their house, and he's a tree guy. I wanted to help him, but I felt I would be nothing but in the way. So I stayed out of his way. This guy it was amazing what he did with that chainsaw, getting that tree off of his house, and the way he cut it so it didn't do any damage. But I would have just been in the way as he worked it. Now, he had family members out there helping him. But, neighbors going and clearing yards, checking on other neighbors, making sure everybody's okay. The neighbors who had generators, telling the neighbors, look, if you had any medicine or food or anything like that, bring it over to their house and store. I mean, that's what a community was all about. And it made me very, very proud to be a part of this community. No looting, no craziness, no one taking advantage of the situation. It was just people helping people, neighbors helping neighbors, community coming together. The other thing that I really liked, I don't know if you don't follow me on Twitter, which actually is a good segue. If you don't follow me on Twitter, you need to get over there to the MN Ocean. That's the MN Ocean on Twitter. Follow me. Facebook at the Midnight Ocean, and of course here on YouTube if you're watching live, the Midnight Ocean as well, and subscribe to us. But like I said, it was just incredible. But it was really funny. Our government. Government works when it's people, when it's you and I. And it was pretty self-evident to me the day after, when our elected officials here in our small town in Yankeetown sent out a tweet saying, "Hey, look, this is what we need. This is who got hurt the most from it, from the storm. These are what we need in the community. Power should be on within the next day or so, and everything. And if you're not from the community, I quote and unquote, if you're not from the community, stay the hell out." That's exactly what they said. Stay the hell out. And that's just, I was laughing. No political correctness there. They just flat out said, stay the hell out. We don't need rubberneckers. That's exactly what they said. I was laughing so hard when I saw that. So, and that's kind of how government should function, right? They should be honest. They should just tell it like it is. I know there's a lot of black for a certain politician out there who tells it like it is, and most people that disagree with them, I ask them if they truly do they believe, and they'll admit, yeah, I believe in what he's saying. I kind of feel it in my gut, but you just can't say that. Well, maybe we need to. Maybe we need to have a day of honesty in this country. That would help us all tremendously. Talking about honesty too. I got some criticism on a show that I did. I will tell you. Let me explain something about criticism and everything. You can disagree with me. You can agree. I don't care. I can care less. But at least put your name on it. Don't hide behind a pseudonym or a fake name. If you're going to say something about me or about my show, have the kahunas to at least put your name to it. And I'll also tell you, one of the things that I'm working on as a host is allowing guests to talk more. Because I know that you listen to the show because you like the guests. I get it. See, so instead of being a complete a-hole and a tool and hiding behind a name, if you would have just been honest instead of being, this is radio, so I can't say what I want to say. So, you can, it's funny, I'm looking over. Yes, there is a show tonight, guys. I'll get to that here in a second. But instead of being a complete tool or an a-hole, you could have given some constructive criticism, and instead of me ranting about it and about what an a-hole you are, I could be telling you what we're doing to make some changes and everything. So, yeah, point taken. Oh, and by the way, thank you for those that jumped in there and kind of told him he was an a-hole. On a side note, or not on a side note, tonight's guest, let's get back. It's going to take me a little bit, guys, to get back into the flow of things. We are going to have a very special guest. Joseph Reyna is going to join us. Joseph Reyna, 5 Eagles. There you go, 5 Eagles is going to join us. We're going to be talking about Nibiru and Planet X, as some of you guys will know. We'll also be talking about the hollow moon. I saw an amazing show on ancient aliens last week, and I did not know this, and so Joseph and I will be talking about this. But there's a theory that the moon is actually hollow. That's right, hollow. And let me tell you where the theory, and it makes a very perfect sense. It makes perfect sense. Oh, hey, Sentinel and Eric, man, you guys, I'm sorry if I've distracted you that much that you guys are not doing your show, but listening to mine. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys. But going back to the hollow moon. Oh, by the way, if half the show is the chat room. So if you like to join us on YouTube, that's the only chat room that we use is the YouTube chat. So half the show is you got to go out to the YouTube chat and watch the comments. because that is half the show. And like I need to find a way of getting that on the screen here, and maybe I'll figure that out one day. But going back to the hollow moon and what we're going to be talking about with Joseph Reyna five Eagles is, I did not know that when the Apollo rockets, when they dropped the rockets off, you know, the lunar landers, when they reconnected, you know, shot back up, reconnected to the command module, and then they shot the lander back off or dumped it off. When it hit the moon rang like a bell. Yeah. And it did. This is science. This is not some made up, you know, this is true science. Look it up. NASA to this day doesn't know. So they wanted to test it, so they shot an Atlas rocket at the moon, a much bigger rocket. And it did the same thing, but it rang longer. More mass rocket, like a bell. So it's like if you take a bell and you hit it with a little ding, but if you hit it with a hammer, ding, it did the same exact thing. The moon resonated like a bell. And we're going to talk about that and what the significance of that is. It was just amazing as they were talking about that. You know, they were saying that the moon is in perfect orbit and in perfect size to block the Earth from the sun, from the perspective. So the moon, you got to understand, the moon is in perfect shape that it will block the sun. That's why we have perfect solar eclipses. And it's at the perfect distance, focal distance, to do that. So it's almost like it was placed there. Maybe the moon isn't one big rock. Who knows? And one of the other things that was really disturbing is that if you look at all the craters, no matter how big the craters are, I mean, I'm talking a diameter this way, they're all the same depth, which means that that usually means that if you got something solid or metallic under the Earth or under the moon, sand and stuff, when something hits it, it can't go any further. So that's why it's all one solid depth. And most of the minerals that come off of the moon dust, were chromium, manganese, all that. You know, they're metals. Pretty fascinating stuff. So we're going to be talking about that with our guest here in a few minutes, Joseph Reyna, five Eagles. But he'll be calling in on Skype. Now, one of the other things, too, is that we are switching over to an all Skype phone system. We'll give you guys more details on that. We want to keep the phone numbers and everything. We're still going to offer that. Tonight, we can't offer it because the actual phone lines at the phone company are down. So we don't have, it's kind of crazy. We have internet. We have everything else, but the physical, what they call POTS lines, which is the hard lines, those are still down, and they are working on those as well. But so yeah, we're going to kick over to a Skype only phone system, which will give us better quality. So that's about it. You know, I'm trying to wrap up. Of course, tonight's hat is Noah. NOAA, Noah. So I think it's so appropriate. And I think we've covered everything that we needed to cover to let you know that, yes, we are safe, we are sound, we're back on the air. A little cleaning up to do, a lot of repair to do on the SS Minnow, Nat Haven. I had to start calling it what it is. Nat Haven is the name of the boat. And so we have a lot of repair there we got to do. But everybody's safe and sound. It was a lesson. I definitely am going to get a survivalist prepper on the show as a special guest, because we're going to talk about my experiences, things that I failed at, things that I can do better. And I always thought I was a prepper, that I had everything under control, but man, there are some things that I still need to learn. So with that music in the ear, that tells us that we are coming at the bottom of the first segment. When we get back, hopefully we will have Joseph Reyna, 5 Eagles, joining us, and we will be talking about Planet X and Nibiru. But you're listening to the Midnight Ocean radio show and podcast. I'm your host, Jeff Norton. Join us here every weeknight from 10 p.m. till 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or on the web at www.themidnightocean.com.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network. This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
That is right, Andrew. This is the Midnight Ocean radio show, and podcast. I'm your host, Jeff Norton, and you can join us live here every weeknight from 10 p.m. till 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or on the web at www.themidnightocean.com. So as we are waiting, I just spoke with Joseph during the break. He is getting set up to call in on the Skype line. So until then, sometimes, things happen. Stuff happens. That's the way life goes. Can't sweat the small stuff. So until he gets here, we can just continue right along as I am sitting here checking emails, making sure, but he'll be calling in here in a few minutes, I hope. If not, we can make other arrangements. The issue is that where he is at, he doesn't have Skype. He had to actually go into town, so he had a good enough internet connection to use his Skype line and everything. So that's the deal there. So all of you guys out there, I just want to say, hey, Sherry, Terry, Samaritan Sentinel, all of you guys, thank you for joining us. Damon in the chat room. If you guys are new to the show, we only use the YouTube chat. So if you'd like to join us, I've always said that's half the show. There's some pretty funny things that go on in the chat room. And I know that Sentinel keeps it pretty clean for us. He is the moderator. So he'll keep it clean to a point. He knows my twisted sense of humor, so some things he does float by just to see if I'm awake. If I catch them. So, as we are waiting for our guest, it's amazing that that's the problem with doing live radio shows. And I don't know about you guys, but I know it's Memorial Day weekend. It's been, I need to take a vacation. I need to get some sleep. A lot of stress, I will have to say. The last couple days have been very, very stressful. Last night was a good night's sleep, but of course, I was instantly thinking about all of the catch-up work and all of the work that's ahead of us here in the next couple days, especially with Nat Haven, our UFO hunting ship that we were going to do charters and take people out into the Gulf with and look for UFOs into the night sky. So those plans have been altered. A very wise man once told me, if you want to hear God laugh, tell him your plans. Yeah, absolutely. Tell him your plans. So let me do this. I'm going to go on break because I just got off the phone with Joe. So let me see what is going on. I'm going to play some music from our good friend Ed Roman. He is a friend of the show. And so let me play I'm going to cue up some songs here from him. And then what we will do is that will give me some time to get with our guest and see what we can do to help him get connected into the show. So just give us a few minutes. A little technical difficulty here getting our guest on. Give us a few minutes and we should have Joseph on the line here.
I'm a radical. I am with us all. The scars that you get each day make you stronger somehow in some way. Look for your own truth in your heart when it's bold. You know, it may seem like a coda, but I learned it from my Baba. It's not what you believe, it's what you do. It's what you do. It's what you do. What you doing now?
Okay. Hello?
That is right. Be a messenger. Be radical. Be love. Be something that we normally are not. And I'll tell you, I feel like one of my old DJs coming back from that intro. So we do have, Joseph, we were able to work it out to get him on the line here. So Joseph Reyna, 5 Eagles, correct, sir? Are you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, Joseph Reyna.
Reyna, 5
Eagles.
Yep, 5 Eagles. All right. So we got you. You're a little soft, my friend. Let me see if I can turn your volume up. Let me see on my end here. I can probably adjust you here. And I do apologize for everybody out there in the audio land, but we'll get you adjusted. All right. So Joseph, can you hear me now? Can you just give me a countdown? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Perfect. I think that is about as loud as it's going to get, and that is okay with me because it's more about the quality of the topic, right, than it is about the guest. So we're here. So for you guys that don't know me very well and are learning and stuff, I've always been fascinated about this concept of a different planet or a planet X. And so Joseph was suggested to me as a guest to have on by a expert in planet X research, and said so Joseph, I just want to let you know you've been highly recommended, my friend. I hate to put you on the block right there off of the starting gate and everything. So what, how do I say this? And I have to apologize ahead of time because I'm not in my normal flow. I think it's because of all the events that have been happening in the last 3 days. So I'm not in my normal flow of things. And like I said, I do apologize if I sound a little bit discombobulated and disconnected at this time, but I'll get into the flow. I'll get back into the flow. Trust me. I think all my energy's been sacked from the hurricane. Not only did it blow over a lot of trees and stuff, but I think when something like that happens to an individual, it actually sucks your energies out of you. And so please bear with me if like I said, if I sound a little disconnected tonight. Hopefully we'll get back into the flow. So getting to the topic at hand, what is Planet X specifically? What is it?
It appears to be a brown dwarf star, from the best research I've been able to gather, and it has its own mini solar system with it.
So So it's a brown dwarf, and it has its own mini. So that means that so it has planets orbiting it.
Yes, some people have counted as many as 10 orbiting it, and
Okay.
they have different colors.
Okay. Okay. Now commonly I think you and bear with me, it's Nibiru. Nibiru is the actual name of Planet X.
That is what the Sumerians called it, Nibiru. It
Sure.
means planet of the crossing.
Okay. Okay.
Can,
Now,
can you hear me okay?
yeah, I can hear you fine. You're a little soft. Do you have? I was going to ask you. Do you have the show on in the background, like on YouTube or something?
No, actually, my girlfriend has you on there, and we're listening, but it's delayed.
Yeah, there's about a 10. Yeah, I
on the
can hear it.
speaker.
It's about a 10-second delay, my friend. So I was going to tell you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might confuse you. Yeah, don't listen to that because it will definitely confuse you. Because it's about a 10. Yeah, it's a profanity delay that's in the system. So yeah. So just in case one of us lets a certain word that begins with F slip or whatever. Yeah. So that's all right. I mean, no, it's fine. It's just as long as it's not confusing you, I can just hear it in the background, and everything. So, all right. So, how? I guess this is my take on things, and please, because I am a hard science kind of guy. I mean, I believe in the hard sciences, but I mean, as I do more and more of these shows, I am learning what I thought I knew. I know nothing of. Just like the moon, and I think we'll talk about that a little bit later in the show. So, so this planet X, I mean, does it have an orbit around our sun, or does it have? I mean, how does it affect us?
Okay, well, I was going to start with something else.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Book and how I got around to that. No, this is fine. We'll get into that. From what I understand, about 450,000 years ago, a brown dwarf was captured by, according to the Sumerians, this comes from the cuneiform tablets. It states that the outer planets, Uranus and Neptune, I guess they were close to each other, and this rogue brown dwarf star, of which there are quite a few out there, came too close to our system, and they pulled on it just enough that it was captured by our system. It was all our planets go in a counter-clockwise rotation around the sun, and this one goes the other way. Now, our sun was already a binary star system. Did you get those? I guess they're scans that I sent to you about the Encyclopedia of New Science and Invention.
Yeah, absolutely. I sure did.
Okay, on that, I guess it's the third page. The first page just covers who made it, the year it was published. And most large universities have this. I got this one at UTSA in San Antonio. There's about 25 pages in that particular article called Space Exploration.
Mm-hmm.
And this section here, it doesn't really tell you what's going on. It just has that diagram. The diagram shows that the Pioneer satellites were launched 180 degrees apart from each other, and they were looking in a direction where they knew there was an anomaly. And this anomaly, if you've seen any of Marshall Masters' work from the Planet X research, this anomaly came from studying the orbits of Neptune and Uranus. When they went towards the Orion section, they had a dip in them. So something was perturbing their orbit. Something was pulling down on that orbit.
Okay.
And they knew something was out there. This happened first with Neptune. They knew something was out there, and they found Uranus mathematically. Then they knew something was pulling on that planet, and it just happened that Pluto was out there. But Pluto is way too small. It's smaller than the moon. It can't pull on those planets. So they knew something was out there. And when they launched the two Pioneer satellites, 10 and 11, they were looking for something in that region And what they have to use to look for something out there that's maybe 40 degrees Fahrenheit above absolute zero, they're looking for something that's incredibly cold against something that's against a backdrop that's incredibly cold, and they have to use something called super cold helium-3. As I understand it, they have to make this helium one molecule at a time. It is minus 271 degrees Celsius in temperature. So this is what these satellites are using. The IRIS had one of these telescopes on board it, and they were able to spot this object as well. You've probably come across that research. And that's how they found it, that it was there. And they found it sometime late 79. It was confirmed, according to John Moore. And they started making plans for its return in 1980. That's when they started passing laws and continuity of government, the COG, and the underground bunkers. That sort of stuff.
Okay. So obviously, there's some significance. I'm trying to get the, and unfortunately for those that are out there in YouTube, I can't get this document. It will not show. It will not show with the Edge browser that is on Microsoft, so I can't get that document up there, but I will definitely link to it, and we will share it in the website. When we take the next break, I'll see if I can get it uploaded there, or get a share to it so people can actually see this. Now, when they first discovered this planet or this brown dwarf, you would think that, especially during the time frame, because there's a lot of astronomical discoveries going on there, you would think that they would release it. Why would they hide this from the American people?
Because of the legends of this object that came through and created all sorts of destruction. When a large comet is going to hit the sun, they don't give it a name. There was another comet called NEAT, N-E-A-T. That one I'm still trying to find research on it. It's very difficult to find it. That comet approached the sun in 2003. In 2003, it was coming from the opposite side of the sun, so we didn't really get to see it. Around that time, people reported seeing two suns, because when this comet veered off from hitting the sun, it was about to strike the sun. The sun fired a flare, deflecting this comet. The comet went in between the orbits of Mercury and the sun, and then swung around the sun and back out. From Earth, it looked like there were two suns, kind of like when you get a sun grazer. Mm-hmm. The thing is that, according to the research, this object was the size of Jupiter, and Mercury is the size of Jupiter's largest moon. If an object that large passed between Mercury and the sun, it should have pulled Mercury out of orbit, and it did not. And that thing's been kept very, very secret. They did not even give it a name. NEAR, I think, stands for National, something to do with aeronautics. They're looking for objects out in space. So they never really gave that comet a name. It happened in 2003. So when something's going to happen and they think it's going to be a doomsday scenario, they don't announce it. Hale-Bopp was the same way. The orbit of Hale-Bopp looked like it would come way too close to Earth, possibly striking Earth. That thing was 25 miles in diameter. If it hit our deepest ocean, there'd still be 20 miles of comet sticking out of the water once it impacted. And they were concerned it was going to strike the planet. When it went around the sun, it should have sped up. The perigee, where it goes around the sun and just slingshots back. Yep. But it slowed down, and it had a totally different orbit coming out, and there were reports of a massive spaceship following it. That's where those guys with the white socks come in. But that was another situation that I heard, that it looked like a scenario where Earth, it was not unsurvivable, or there'd be a lot of damage. They didn't want to panic anyone, so that they just didn't tell anyone. And that seems to be just like in the movies. Don't tell anyone. Yeah. You want them going to work, paying taxes, and not causing problems.
But wouldn't I guess there are enough. When I lived in Chicago, we used to go to to the observatory there in downtown Chicago, the planetarium as well. You would think that there's enough amateur astronomers that they couldn't keep this type of information from getting out there, or I mean, are they doing the same thing to the amateur, astronomers that are doing to a lot of the biochemists, where they're just dying off mysteriously?
No, this object's really hard to see because it's infrared. You'd need to see it in infrared.
Okay.
It's doesn't give off its own light. You will see it if the sun hits it just right. I've taken a picture of it, only one in the past 5 years. Very good picture. And it was during sunset out here in Blanco, Texas, right about where it was supposed to be. And it just happened to reflect off the sun very well. That's why people see the two suns sometimes. It's reflecting. It's on the back side of the sun, and it's using the sun's light and hitting it back at us.
Sure.
It seems to be naturally camouflaged in a mirage, with a sort of a mirage. When you're driving down a highway and you see that water on the highway, that shimmering of light,
yeah.
Okay, that's because the highway's a little bit warmer than the air above it. This object is a little bit warmer than the space around it, and theoretically it seems to be some sort of a natural cloaking until it gets too close, and then it doesn't work anymore. You can see it.
Sure. So you actually have a picture?
Yes.
Do you have that? Do you have that up on a website somewhere, or that you would want to share with us? Or
no, I've shared it with a lot of people. I can't send it to you while I'm on the phone, but I'll get that to you. I have several pictures of it where you can see the dog, the sun dog, moving around. This object is not moving. It's at about 10 o'clock from the sun, and it looks pretty big. The sun's got a big glare on it. I'd say it was about maybe 25% the size of the sun at that point.
Wow.
in size. So
so how did you take a picture of it? Did you have some kind of a special camera or
well, it was an iPhone camera, and I had just seen this guy on YouTube explaining how to take a picture of this object. He had a pair of sunglasses with blue reflective material on the front, and he picked them up, held them toward the sun, put his camera behind the lens, and you could see the object. And I did that exact thing, and it worked. And I have other sunglasses. I have some very expensive sunglasses, the Eagle Eye, with their special coating of gold on them. But that didn't work. I couldn't see it. I couldn't see with my eyes. I couldn't see it with the camera alone. This particular type of UV on those kind of sunglasses just made it show up perfectly. Now, I've tried that again over and over, and I have not been able to get the object.
Sure.
So the object has to be in the right place, and that seemed to work.
Okay. So Joseph, we're going to go to a break. If you can put yourself on mute until we come back, and I'm now you piqued my curiosity. Now I am definitely interested. So looking into the sun, as your mama used to tell you never to do. Maybe there's a reason for that. Maybe there's a reason why they don't want us looking into the sun. But this is the Midnight Ocean radio show and podcast. I'm your host, Jeff Norton. When we get back, we're going to still be talking with Joseph, and we will be talking about Planet X.
Is our estimated time of arrival? touching of the FM dial.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to get back into the groove of things here. It'll take me a day or so to get it back in order. But tonight's show, we are talking with Joseph Reyna, Five Eagles. He's an author, Mayan, for those that don't know, because I didn't introduce him actually in the first segment, but let me go ahead and do that now. But he's an author, a Mayan, a theologian. He is certified Toastmaster, researcher, and seer, and he also has a book out there. We'll get a link to it on our site at themidnightocean.com. The name of his book is called Incredulous. But we'll talk a little bit about his book. That is, I believe, on how all of this came about with you and Planet X, right? Was it for the research of your book or that you were doing, and then you kind of stumbled across this, or did they go hand in hand, Joseph?
I had no idea that Nibiru existed when I started my research.
Sure. Okay.
When the work I was doing had to do with the crucifixion and events that surrounded it, and basically an entire story that's sort of been left out. According to the work I've done, Christ was human, very human. There were these other beings called savior gods, deities, I guess, sort of, all born of virgin mothers on December 25th. They were all betrayed, crucified, and all resurrected. Anyway, these individuals were worshipped at the time as savior gods. And apparently after the resurrection, which I did a lot of research on and found it to be quite a credible event, these priests infiltrated the church, and disciples Paul and Peter warned against this. And there was these individuals who, because they were learned, they were intelligent, and they rose to power, basically instilled the dogma of these savior gods into what Christ was all about. And anyway, I was doing it for myself, and I just wondered if anyone would ever find what I was finding out, because I discovered that Jesus, there's a legend of a twin, an identical twin brother, and I found that to be the case. Da Vinci paints him to the left side of Jesus in a portrait, and in the Last Supper. And then there's another painter who also discovered something very similar, and his paintings were used, if you ever saw the Da Vinci Code, Saunier, the priest who found the treasure and sort of structured the church and had new statues put in, just redid it, remodeled it. He went and got the paintings of this particular painter. His name was Nicolas Poussin. And Nicolas Poussin had painted several paintings, just all different things. His is the one of in Arcades Deo, the one where it has a tomb and people are looking for the treasure over in Rennes-le-Château. I don't know if you're familiar with that. Anyway, that treasure has been found. That location of it has been found. And what I discovered was that these painters were hiding all these geometric things into their paintings. And Poussin, when he redid his self-portrait. The first self-portrait, he's basically just sitting there. And the second self-portrait, he's got a Masonic ring on. He's got a tablet in his hand. It's kind of leaning forward at 23.5 degrees. And he's got a pen in his other hand, and it's leaning at about 6 degrees. And that was supposed to be telling of the destruction of a world that stood at about 6 degrees in the creation of our world. That is now at 23.5 degrees. And that pretty much led all the way back to Nibiru. It's really mind-boggling.
Yeah.
All the evidence fits, though. All the evidence fits, and that's even more mind-boggling. For instance, Earth is millions of years old, right?
Yeah.
But there's only about 12,000 years of erosion on the planet. That's it. There's no more erosion than that. You do the math on how much matter gets washed into the oceans every year, and that's all that we have. If it was really doing this every year and we were here billions of years, there would just be rocks and water left from the rain. Interestingly enough, the Bible says that, or legend says that, actually the Bible and legend says that it never rained back then. There was a mist that covered everything. There was a higher concentration of oxygen, and that's how everything got watered. And after the flood, then the rains came and the rainbows were possible. So even that fits. Getting back to a more scientific discovery, the work of the Horizon Project, Brent Milner. Have you ever heard of him?
No. First time.
It's a lot of different little clips on YouTube. There's 8 hours of it, I believe. Anyway, he holds a lot of patents for interfacing with supercomputers for humans to interface with them. And he used his money to start looking around, bringing together some of the scientists who could start answering some of these perplexing questions from ancient history. One of them was the frozen mammoth, frozen woolly mammoth that just froze instantaneously, flash frozen. These things are 3 times bigger than an elephant. I can't really imagine that, but they were not designed for cold weather. Their skin, because they have been found, their skin is not adapted for cold temperature. It does not have the pores for the oil in the skin, so they were not cold weather animals. Also, one thing that's not very well known is that these mammoths in their airways have cosmic debris. And the cosmic debris, once you get an astrophysicist involved, they calculate that you would have to have pulled back a third of the atmosphere to be able to get that much cosmic debris down here for an animal to breathe it into their lungs like that. So then again, you have the destruction.
So I remember, what was that show? Actually, Art Bell wrote with Whitley. Was it Whitley Strieber wrote they wrote the book, the Global Superstorm, which then became the movie the day after. So
I think it was actually Marshall Masters who wrote that as well. Yeah, the day after, and that was an interesting explanation. But it's something like that, except that the atmosphere was literally ripped off. It was a horrific catastrophe, and the word catastrophe, it means the cutting off of a star. Disaster, the taking away of a star. So all that's ingrained in our conscience, I guess. There is one other thing that the many things the Horizon Project's done. He asked about the continental drift. He said, all right, what's causing continental drift? What is the evidence for it? And he said, well, these continental plates are moving at 13 millimeters a year. You divide that into the distance, you come up with 65 million years. He goes, well, that's pretty flimsy evidence. What else we got? Let's take some core samples. So they took core samples, and they found that the new ocean, the Atlantic, was roughly the same age as the Pacific. That should not have come out like that, the data. And that goes back to the destruction again, that they were both at about the same time frame. So everything fits with that. that there was a great destruction here on Earth, and it has to do with this object. Now, this. You remember me telling you that there were two suns already? The diagram I sent you.
I know, and I want to talk about that a little bit more when we, in our discussions. I don't know what, but I know that you talked about actually the biblical side of it when during the crucifixion or the crucifixion of Christ. It's really weird, Joseph. We get into these topics, and the minute we start getting in the controversy, I start having issues with my computers, and I just experienced that with the one that is feeding out there to YouTube. You guys at YouTube, can you guys still hear us? I just want to make sure they can hear us. But so until then, can you tell me a little bit more about as you were saying during the crucifixion of Christ, there was something that was seen or witnessed that would also support the notion of a planet X.
Yes and no. It would support the Anunnaki more than it would the Planet X situation.
Okay.
That is why I wrote the book, because apparently during the time of Christ there were two eclipses seen within hours of each other, and there are paintings left behind where you can see the sun and the moon in the sky. It looks kind of weird, and you'd wonder why a painter would do that. Then you've got the one in Kosovo where the moon looks like a spaceship. You can tell it's the moon, but it's also modified to look a little bit like a spaceship that's moving, and it's got somebody inside it piloting it away from the location of the crucifix. So that's showing, I don't know, that it was piloted. And if you get into David Icke's work, he's just coming around to the possibility that the moon would have to be artificial based on the evidence. He added an entire chapter to it, or actually dedicated an entire chapter to the moon being hollow in his book, Human Race, or Human Species, I think it is, Get Off Your Knees. There's several other books out there that describe this. The first ones to put it forward were some Russians, and they said, based on the way the moon orbits, that it would have to be hollow. And when the first data came back from the satellites sent around the moon for the Apollo missions, that's exactly what the data said. It was hollow. So they said something's wrong with the satellites, and they checked the paperwork. And then when they launched the rockets, the what are they called? Ranger rockets to the moon, they missed the moon about 5 times before they actually calculated the actual gravity of the moon. I don't know how old you are, but I'm actually a senior citizen. And when I was in school, I remember them demonstrating how these astronauts were going to be leaping over boulders the size of houses because of the 16th gravity that's on the moon. And when they got there, they could hardly get off the ground because the moon is almost 65% the gravity of Earth. The moon is also lighter by mass than Earth because of the missing material inside of it. When the astronauts arrived on, and I do believe there were missions that landed. I've done a lot of work, and so some of those pictures are definitely faked. They were taken in studios. But when they got to the moon and they're walking around, their boots made an imprint in the powder that was there. And I've duplicated that here on Earth. I drive 18-wheelers also. So I was in a location out in New Mexico with these oil wells, and we were driving in these trucks over what they call caliche. It's like a sort of gravel with dust in it. And the trucks were tearing it up pretty good. So this powder was on the ground, and when you step on it, it would leave that perfect imprint, like it was cast that way. Took pictures of it, and with the lights hitting it, it actually looked like something from the moon. Anyway, that powder is dust that's in space, and it falls to Earth, and it falls on the moon. And when the astronauts were going to the moon, there was a concern that if the moon was as old as the moon's supposed to be, there would be 100 feet of this dust out there, and the astronauts would land in it and not be able to get out of it. It would be like landing in 100 feet of talcum powder. The material on the moon is only about 12,000 years of accumulated material. And that, again, goes back to the legends of the moon having been placed in orbit around Earth at about that time.
Yeah.
So, again, you know.
Well, I mean, I have a couple questions, and I'm just gonna, like I said, I had the opportunity when I was in Chicago to look at, and use very high power telescopes. You clearly see there's objects on the moon from the landers. I mean, we had devices. I mean, now I'm not saying those were landers that actually carried, Armstrong and all of them. But there are clearly objects on the moon that you can see through telescopes that are man-made, that were ours. And supposedly they are, they're located right where they said that that these landers landed. And so how did they get
landers, when they tested them on Earth to land, there were 4 tests, as far as I know.
Sure.
And in 3 of the tests, the rocket booster pushed out a large boulder, breaking one of the legs, tilting it over on its side and causing it to explode. They got 1 landing right, and I guess they thought they were good to go with that. But that didn't happen on the moon, luckily. The thing is that when you look at the pictures of them walking around the moon and you see the lunar lander, there's just a black scorched spot. There's no crater. Here on Earth, there were craters every time it landed, and on the moon, there's no crater for that lander. The other problem is the actual capsule they were in. They weren't seated; they were standing, and it had a little like a dog leash you bring over and clip yourself into position. That was it. That's what was holding them. And if you're going to take off in a rocket, you don't want to be standing up. And that was just a little weird that they had that tight of space and they would be able to launch. Those are the only concerns I have for them having actually been there. The other stuff, though, all adds up pretty good that they were there.
Yeah, I mean, plausible. I don't, I know there's a lot of people.
Also, you remember mentioning.
Go ahead.
Well, remember you said the moon rang like a gong?
Well, I mean, that was what I was going to get to. I mean, my brother is a rocket scientist, and I kind of tend to listen to him, but I don't think he has an opinion on this one that much, or he hasn't shared it with me. But I've always been of the impression that, yes, we did go to the moon. Yes, we had people that walked on the moon. But I'm starting to have some questions as well, because one of the things that I don't understand, when you take a picture, if I was taking a picture right now outside of, and it was in the dark, and I had the camera and I had the Hasselblad, the large format camera, you would think you'd pick up stars, and they don't. If you look at all the pictures of the moon landings and stuff, that's the one question I've always had is, why can't you see the stars in the background? And
There's
so
another question you should be asking. When they landed, if you look at a picture of the moon, the way the moon always faces us, right? One side always.
You always have one
Earth.
side. Yes.
And at the very center of that face, there's a crater called Oort. It's 16 kilometers in diameter. It's been filled in to make a perfect triangle. You can see it with a powerful telescope. And that's one of the places they landed close to when they first landed. Yeah. But when they landed there, if you paint a target, like when you go to Target, the store, and they got that ring, concentric rings. All right. Well, stay within the white ring. Let's say the center's a red. You got a white ring, and then you got an outer red ring. Stay within the white ring. That's where they landed. That's pretty much where all the landings took place.
Sure.
You cannot take a picture of Earth rising from that location. Earth is always above you. And yet we have pictures of Earth rising. That's not possible.
Yeah, because Earth wouldn't, because it is a stationary. See, now but
it would
see,
always be above you.
that
high
makes
above you.
that makes perfect sense to me, because because the moon. All right, so for those that don't know, and like I said, I watched a show last week called Ancient Aliens, and they had a whole documentary on the moon, and it was concerning, to say the least. Like, one of the things they talked about was, no matter how big the crater was in its diameter, its depth was always the same. If you look at the moon and you look at all of the impacts, all of the supposed impacts, all of the depth, they're all the same depth, which is that defies physics, because obviously an object with larger mass is going to penetrate deeper, unless of course it hit a wall. That was the first thing. The second thing they said is that the moon rings, and I looked at NASA, and you can actually go out there and listen to the ring, where when they hit it with the Apollo, when they ejected the spacecraft back to the moon, from the command module, and when it hit the moon, it bounced and it rung like a bell. And then so scientists were like, well, wait a minute, we can't explain it. So what they do? They shot another rocket up at it, and it rang longer and louder, which is what a bell would do. That would be, and so thus, it is hollow. The other thing that they raised in there is that the size of the moon, and relative to the sun, is a perfect. It perfectly covers a person's viewpoint of the moon. That's why you have perfect solar eclipses. And they said, so there's two things that have to happen. Number one, for that to happen, the size of the moon had to be perfect. And then on top of that, its relative distance from the Earth to the sun had to be perfect. And both of those things happen. I mean, both of those are exactly what happened. And it was Ancient Aliens did a series, or did a show on it called The Satellite, and they were talking about the moon, and they're credible astrophysicists are like, yeah, the moon's hollow. So now the question, if the moon's hollow, is it man-made? And then, or humanoid-made, I should say. And then, of course, why was it put there? And their argument is that without the moon, basically, we wouldn't have an atmosphere. We wouldn't have the stabilization of our weather and everything that we have. The moon is the that's what keeps our orbit the way it is. It's very critical to the existence of this planet to hold life.
Right, but Newtonian physics cannot explain why the moon is in orbit. It's too big, or the sun pulls on it twice as hard.
Yep.
And Earth cannot hold it in orbit. It could hold a 30-mile moon in orbit, but not a 2,600. 2,600. Yep. Was it? Am I getting it? I can't remember. 2,160 mile. That's what it is. 2,160 mile orbit. I mean, diameter of the moon.
Yeah.
That ringing that they detected, that came from the seismic sensors left behind by Apollos 11 and 12, and they also were able to, because of how long it rang, they were able to deduce that there's a perfect ring of iron, 22 to 25 miles thick, inside the moon, but it's not centered in the moon. It's off to one side. So there's more material to buffer impacts on one side of the moon, the dark side. And that's exactly what the Russians calculated. They said it must have a really tough iron core inside, and it would have to be 22 to 25 miles in diameter. And they just did this with their math, and that's exactly what the seismic indicators showed. Yeah, and another thing about these craters, you've got a crater that's 180 kilometers across, and it's not a crater. You can't call it a crater because it's convex. It's like the outer part of a ball. It curves outward. It's the exact depth as all the others, but it curves outward. In the very center, they've got that little tiny peak toward the edges. It sweeps out, and then it comes straight up like a cliff. Yeah. That is damage left behind by thunderbolt weapons. They can do that in a laboratory. The Thunderbolts project has proved that. These were massive thunderbolts of lightning that strike it and cause this sweeping out effect. And then when they pull away, sometimes they create a tiny little, almost looks like an ant lion's little burrow right on the lip of the crater.
Yeah.
And the ancients spoke of Zeus having these weapons of lightning, but if these objects get too close to each other, our sun and Planet X, then they start firing lightning. There is a Skycam that recorded it. There's also this lady named Patty Daly. She recorded it, and I became friends with her on Facebook. She started receiving all kinds of threats, pictures of dead cats, stuff like that, for having posted it. With her camera, I'm sure it was like an iPhone, she took a picture of the sun. She's filming it, actually. It's a film video. And the sun's firing lightning. It's coming off the sun, and it looks like a Tesla coil.
Uh-huh.
I would have thought this lightning would have just kind of shot out there, and like our lightning from the clouds. But it looks like the sun is a Tesla coil. And then the Skycam did a much better job of it. And that's exactly what they were waiting for. This object was in our system when it crossed the ecliptic, when it crossed the plane, because it's coming from below the ecliptic. Then you would be looking for that, and that showed up about a month ago.
Sure. Well, I mean, our past guest that we had was Wal Thornhill, and he was the author of Thunderbolts of the Gods and the Electric Universe, and exactly what you described is exactly what he described, and more importantly, it's exactly what prehistoric man described in their petroglyphs and everything. So with that, I'm going to have to say, Joe, we're going to take a break. We'll get back from the break, and we've got so much more to talk about, my friend. But you are listening to the Midnight Ocean radio show and podcast. When we get back from this short break, this short 4-minute break, got to pay the bills. We are speaking with Joseph Reyna, 5 Eagles, and we're talking about the hollow moon, which I definitely believe in, and it is yes, yes, you heard it here. I do believe in it and everything, but hang in there with us. We'll get to some more things that will blow your mind.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network. This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network. This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
That is right. You are listening to the Midnight Ocean radio show and podcast. I am Jeff Norton, your host, your captain of tonight's festivities. Online on the Skype line, we have Joseph Reyna, 5 Eagles, joining us. And right before we went off the break, we were talking about the hollow moon. And Joseph, I agree with you. I wholeheartedly think that the moon is hollow. Now, based upon the last show, the fact that the scientists who, these are scientists, these are people who have three letters behind their name, who are very well known in the business, who are all saying the same thing, and it just makes complete sense. And then the fact that the orbit and the position, the size, the orbit, then you got to start asking yourself if this was humanoid made. If this was something that was made and placed in our orbit to stabilize and actually make the perfect conditions for us to grow and to thrive. There's a lot of theories there. I'm kind of, I don't know, but it just, the research and the fact that the moon is the perfect size and it's in the perfect orbit is just, to me, there's no such thing as coincidence. I feel that I'm leaning to the part that it was actually put there, that the moon was obviously put there.
Yeah, there's no actual theory that can explain its being in the position that it's in.
Sure. Yeah.
And also, it's older than our solar system.
Yeah. See, and that's the thing too, is that like you said, the dust evidence and everything like that, it would be, and after talking to Walt Thornhill, the electric universe and the fact that it was dragged, I'm a firm believer now that it was dragged there, that it wasn't. I'm not a subscriber to the Big Bang Theory. I'm sorry. I don't believe in it. I don't subscribe to it. I think everything was here and it's kind of put, the gods or whoever you want to call them, kind of moved everything around and said, all right, let's put this here, let's put this here. A galactic kind of checker chess set or something, and said, hey, let's see what comes up. And lo and behold, we happen to come up. So
you remember how you asked me about did my research into the book bring me up across the findings of Nibiru, and I said it was more like the Anunnaki.
Yep.
What I discovered from the research in the Old Testament, it doesn't speak of God. In understanding the way Christ spoke of the one creator of all, creator of everything, most of us have come to understand and accept, that was foreign to the Jewish mind. They worship what was called the Elohim, which is pretty much the same definition of an Anunnaki, those who left the cosmic heights, the outer space, the heavens, to come down to earth. It's the one and the same. And the Elohim, they did not distinguish between the good ones, the benevolent, and the malevolent. And there's a distinct change in these Elohim when they first create man to later becoming demanding sacrifice, wanting everybody slaughtered, and then kind of cooling their heels again. And all that fit with the research I was doing. At the very beginning, when it's the wording in Hebrew is very specific. And when it says that the Lord God said, let us create man, it says the Lord of the Elohim, the leader of these gods, said, let us recreate man. The wording is specific. It's kind of like those scientists that can take a cat and make it glow in the dark.
Mm-hmm.
When they patent a cat, they didn't actually go and get some dirt and some rocks and minerals and build a cat. They took an already existing cat, genetically modified it with some organisms that have bioluminescence, and now the cat glows. So that's the exact wording in Genesis. They took an existing man, let us take man, make him into our image. Bring the boy up to speed, basically.
Yeah. I'm sitting there going back to my Bible. Now you got me thinking. I'm going to pull out my Genesis here and start reading it all over again. And one thing in Genesis is it says that that there was many gods. I mean, there was no doubt about that. That I mean, there's a plural, and I don't know if that was a translation. And I know that they talk that away about there's only one God, but there's many instances in the Bible where there's a plural of gods. Kind of, but the one God that the Jews follow, or that's the God that they follow. But I don't think God ever said that he's the only one. He's saying that he's the only one that you're gonna follow me only.
Well,
and it's kind
look at it this way: it's an Elohim or an Anunnaki, and he's saying, okay, all these other guys, don't listen to them. You're only going to follow what I tell you to follow. You understand? It's the wording's the same.
Yeah, and that makes sense. And let's talk about it, the Anunnaki, and because I know I have a lot of listeners that this is new to. They have not heard, and you're starting to, you're going to make them question what's in the Bible. But to be honest with you, this is in the Bible. It's just that the translation and the interpretation has been grossly misrepresented. Correct? I mean, all of this stuff is purely in the Bible.
One of the things they discovered when reading the cuneiforms of the Mesopotamia, the Sumeria area, which is where the Anunnaki are mentioned, this predates the Bible by 2 millennia, at the very least, actually far more than that. But they have the same stories. They got the story of the flood and the one who selected to have a vessel built and preserve humanity with it. They've got the story of creation of the Adamu, and it's fascinating that the word Adamu means worker, and it says that Enki, he held the male child, he inspected it, and then everything was working. The other ones, not everything was working on them, but this one, he was perfect, everything was working. And this is in cuneiform text. It says, from this one we must make copies. Why would you say that?
Yeah.
And and he describes how it's different from what they took it from. He said, shaggy like the wild one he was not, that his skin was smooth like the Anunnaki, but it was the color of the Abzu, the color of the clay of Africa, kind of a reddish color, and his hair was black.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's there. I mean,
Yeah, and I kind of struggled with it also. Is this possible? And what I discovered was that, because I do a lot of metaphysical stuff, I've done exorcisms on my own. That's what the story that I wrote deals with, sort of an exorcist who left the Roman Catholic Church, kind of gets disillusioned with the politics and the dogma of it, and uses his abilities with remote viewing to locate sunken treasure galleons. And in the process of doing that, he ends up getting caught in an electrical storm, because what he does is he uses a sensory deprivation chamber, and those were popular back in the 60s. Isolates all your sensory perception and just has your mind turn in on itself. So this is what he does to try and locate the scenes of the accidents, the ship sinking, all the energy, all the fear that was going on at the time. So it's really easy to pinpoint in time and space for the location. And what happens is the submersible they're in, so really high-tech submersible, gets caught in a storm in the Bermuda Triangle, and he's sort of sent back in time, and he observes what's taking place during the crucifixion, during that time of Christ, actually the ministry of Christ, and he realizes that it would have looked this way to an outside observer, but someone who was within the circle would have seen it a little different. Like the movie Titanic, there was a story of how the ship had gone down, and it was the accepted story. But when the movie came out, they showed, no, they actually broke into two pieces. And they sort of just broke it down for us that this is really more like what really happened. And in doing that work, I realized that the moon had caused two eclipses during that time, during the crucifixion of Christ. So anyway, the character in the story, when he comes out of the deprivation tank, starts going through the Gospels real quick and realizes the information is still there. It very specifically states that this is what happened. And anyway, when you do treasure hunting, you need a tremendous amount of research to back up what you're going to go do before you ever go dive into the water. You need nautical charts and the Admiralty information. You want to go back through the archives in Seville, museums, newspapers, anything that would give you a clue of where this thing's at. So this is what he has. He has these researchers all over the world. So he brings them back in and he turns them loose on the Bible, and they don't really want to tackle it. Anyway, he runs up against a lot of opposition. The biggest opposition is there's no way the moon left orbit and came around, but historians wrote about it, and it's well documented by historians. Now, you have to understand this information was hunted down and destroyed, so there's not going to be a lot of it, but there's at least 8 good ones that specifically state an eclipse happened during that summer solstice. And during that summer solstice, there's a big celebration. Rome was celebrating their sun god, Sol Invictus, the most powerful god they had in their pantheon, which would be like Jupiter. And then the moon gets in the way, causing a massive eclipse. Also, the moon was feared. Any eclipse was feared because it meant the death of a king. And that's why you had 2 monarchs. Even Rome followed that. They would study the charts, and whenever the eclipse was going to happen, the secondary leader, the one in the sort of the number 2, just happened to be ruling that day, and the eclipse was there, so he's the one that's going to have to die. And that's the way they did it. So it was feared. The eclipses were feared. And so here's an eclipse that was not scheduled, should not happen because it happened during a full moon. The Passover is always held on a full moon. They're lined up. The calendars are lined up to the moon. And you have an eclipse taking place in the daytime, causing a massive earthquake, and it's not going away. It's blocking all the stars, quite a bit of the sun, and shining all the stars very brightly. And it just stood there for over 3 hours in position, starting at about noon. Then it came back around. This caused massive earthquakes, which were recorded by historians. When it came back around, it caused a second eclipse, a red eclipse, a blood red eclipse. Because of the additional dust from the earthquakes, it's believed, it would have caused a much redder glow to the moon. So it came back behind the Earth and caused the eclipse there. And they understood the Earth was round back then. They understood the moon cast a shadow on the Earth. This was very well documented by the Romans. And when that happened, the whole universe is basically saying, here's the King of Kings. And this threatened the position of Rome. And that's why Rome, 40 years later, went and destroyed Israel completely. They enslaved the entire population. They just, kind of like the U.S., you just need an excuse. They just kept waiting for one, and once they had the excuse, they just went in there and exterminated them. Plus, Rome was broke, and Israel was very, very wealthy. And they took all the money that was in the temple. The temple was built by Herod, and the temple is not the way we would think a building is set up. This was a small hill. It was a small mound. And surrounding it was a valley. Well, he filled in that entire valley, and he used these massive, massive blocks that cannot be moved today. Now, I discovered that these blocks more than likely were a special type of concrete this concrete was rediscovered by specialists in metals when they discovered the Bosnian pyramids. Have you heard of the Bosnian pyramids?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, well, I've spoken with Samir, and these pyramids, it turns out, are made out of concrete. The stones itself is a sort of concrete that is more perfect than the concrete we have. It has almost no porosity, so it will not expand, it will not contract with the temperature. We don't have concrete that can do that. When they examined the stones from Mexico, same thing, same type of concrete. When they examined the stones from Egypt, it was the same type of concrete. The stones that made up the pyramid were harder than the stones in the quarry. And they showed that they were created as a form of concrete. So these stones that were used to build the temple were a sort of concrete, and that's why they could make these massive, massive blocks and shape them any way they wanted. Anyway, inside this huge area that they had cordoned off, they created chambers, and in these chambers, they basically held the money of all the Jews in the world, because they were all required to come to Jerusalem once every year. And when Vespasian and Titus ended up destroying Israel, they were given a portion of that money, and they built the Colosseum with it. They used the slaves, the Jewish slaves who were trained to do stonework. When they built there were 1,000 masons trained to do the work for the temple. They created the Colosseum, and they paid for it out of their own pocket. There's a special stone that's been found, and this stone is missing all the lettering, but you can tell what letters were there by the holes that are in the stone. And it states that Tiberius and Vespasian had gifted the Colosseum to the people of Rome. So all the pieces fit in there. Rome was bankrupt, just like the U.S. was bankrupt when they attacked Iraq. Iraq, and they went and got all their oil.
Yep.
And they did the same thing. They went and got all their treasure, their silver, their money that was there, and that's why they dismantled the walls to get to everything that was there.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, that one wall that was not dismantled, the guy who did it, Tiberius called him forward. He said, "What have you done? I ordered you to disassemble that wall, all of them. I don't want any trace left of the Jews." And he said, "But I left it for your glory, because in 1,000 years, historians will doubt that these Jews ever even existed. They'll doubt your great accomplishments. I left this as a remnant to your glory, so that they'll know what stood here at one time." And that was pretty interesting, that he knew what archaeologists are going to be doing in the future.
What they would be looking at, yeah.
Yeah. So what fascinated me was that this moon was somehow tied into the Anunnaki, that it was piloted on that specific day. And there was a lot of work done by a special physicist, and he calculated that on that day would have been about the only day they could have moved the moon that would have caused the least amount of destruction to the Earth. To move it around, create the eclipse, and then put it back in position.
Sure.
And he researched and found that in Asia, that part of the world, they have legends of the moon rising in a full moon and then going down quickly. And what also, the information in the Bible, it's there, but you don't see it because you don't understand it, that's what it meant. There's a prophecy in Joel dealing with the Messiah, and it states the sun will go dark at noon and the moon will be turned to blood. Peter recounts this in Pentecost. This is 50 days after the crucifixion. The word penta, meaning 50. And when he does this, 3,000 Jews who were there and witnessed this event realized what happened. It was a sign of their Messiah, that this guy was their Messiah. So they went ahead and accepted him. And that it's not a prophecy that's supposed to happen in the future. It's something that has already happened. And they made a reference to it. What I find fascinating and puzzling is if you want to proclaim him the only Son of God, God himself, in fact, why would you omit that from history?
Sure.
Because that's what they're pushing for, the only Son of God. And the writing actually states he was the unique Son of God. He kept saying we are the sons of God, that we are all the sons of the Creator. That's where I come back to the Anunnaki also. Whenever you were called the Son of Man, if you said you were Son of Man, It meant you were a direct descendant of Adam and Eve. And Enoch is called Son of Man. Daniel is called Son of Man. They translated in the Bible differently from the actual scripture, so it doesn't say Son of Man, because they only wanted to refer to Christ. But it means you were descended from the line of Adam and Eve, because other humans were not. And for some reason, these other humans didn't all have a soul. That took me over a year to struggle with that. There could be humans without souls. But those are the ones that are running the world. They're corrupt. They have absolutely no conscience when they do something, and they're incredibly selfish.
Yep. Well, yeah, it's funny because we actually had a author on here who wrote a book called the Psychopaths Amongst Us, and that's exactly what she didn't say souls. These people have no conscience, which to me is individuals who are not tied to any kind of hierarchy of religion or belief. They do what they want to do when they want to do it. And there's popular teachings out there now where people are like, all you have to do is I want this, and you just have to believe it and you'll get it. And they completely remove God and everything from the equation. And there are very highly successful people who subscribe to this, and they basically, all you gotta do is just wish it, and it will happen, and which is concerning to me as a
They're
Christian.
actually not far from the truth, because I'm discovering that humans, that's what separated Adam and Eve from all the other humans. Enki apparently figured out a way, and Enki, of the Anunnaki, there are three main characters, all brothers and sisters, from the main lord, the one called the Lord of the Anunnaki, and he would be named Anu. Sounds like something new, Anu, but Anu. And he had two sons and a daughter, and one of the sons was an engineer, the one who created us. His name is Enki. There's another one called Enlil. He was, if you can imagine aristocracy really stuck on themselves, that would be Enlil. And then a daughter, and she was also a science engineer who helped develop humans. They used their own genetics to do it. So in using their own genetics, these individuals are of the oldest lines of a humanoid, what we would call human, in the galaxy. From what I understand, they come from the system of Lyra. So technically, we're royalty, and I don't know if you've ever heard that from people who do studying UFOs and stuff, but we're treated like royalty because we actually are descended from these royalty. The one thing that they were doing was they weren't supposed to create a species. They were not supposed to create a slave species. And there's several books out there. Michael Tellinger has some really good ones called Slave Species. But they were in a pinch. They were in a really bad situation. Their ship was damaged, and their ship orbits Planet X, from what I understand. It would be more a perfect term, Nibiru, for that particular ship. It's kind of like the moon, but not quite. It's an entire sphere. The moon was built. This thing was already a sphere of rare alloy, and it was turned into a battleship, basically, for survival from battles that were taking place in the galaxy. And this ship was damaged, and they couldn't go back out into space because of the tremendous amount of radiation. And now they're finding out that there really is way too much radiation in space to be survivable by humans. And the sun's heliosphere protects us from that radiation. Well, this brown dwarf star has a heliosphere as well, much smaller, of course, but it protects them from the radiation. And they were sort of trapped there. Once they got captured by our sun and the second sun, the one 50 billion miles away, which is they call it a burned out cinder. It doesn't give off much light. I think it's just a large brown dwarf myself, but it's in the region of Orion. So this object, when we call Planet X, orbits both our sun and that sun, and it just goes back and forth, has an orbit of about 3,600 years. They were trapped here for a long, long time. And then they realized they had to do something. They had to repair their shields, and they needed gold to do this. And the gold is then turned into what's called Oramus. You're familiar with this, the gold powder?
No. This is all new.
Really? Gold can be turned into this white powder called the shoe bread of life. It can be turned into glass. It can be transparent, and it looks just like glass. You've heard in the Bible, gold so pure it's transparent as glass. Well, when you get gold that pure, it becomes transparent like glass. And then you can move it back into powder form, and in powder form you can eat it. But it's very dangerous. If you're a very wicked, selfish individual, it will destroy you. And this is what the alchemists called the stone of perfection. There's a lot of references in alchemy to it. But what the Ark of the Covenant did was, with the electrical disturbance, whatever, it caused like an arc of electricity between the wings of the cherubim. And this arc of electricity burned the gold. The gold would be burned until it became a white powder. In the Bible, it states that Moses took the golden calf, burned it, and fed it to the people. Well, that's what it's talking about. He took the gold, he burned it in this electrical fire, it turns into white powder, and then the people will eat it. If you eat it, it heals you. They've healed AIDS patients with it. They've healed other individuals that were going to die with this powder. Once it gets in your system, it sort of ramps up your entire
Sure.
DNA structure, I guess, whatever would be the most optimum.
So Joseph, we're gonna go on the break, and it sounds awful a lot like manna from heaven, from the biblical story,
That's
manna from heaven.
Well, similar.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Well, let's do this. Let's take our break, and when we get back, we're gonna explore more of the Anunnaki with Joseph Reyna 5 Eagles as he joins us as our special guest tonight. And you know what's really wild about tonight's show? Everything he's saying is actually lined up with other guests. So, wow. Wow.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
That's right, Ed. I agree with you. I'm a messenger. I am radical, and I definitely am love. Talking about a messenger. Holy smokes. I am learning so much. I hope you guys are enjoying tonight's show, but I thoroughly am enjoying it. One of the things that I wanted to do when I started to do these shows. Now, a lot of you guys know my background. You guys know that I'm, came from a political bent, spent a lot of time researching on different topics when it comes to politics and New World Order and everything like that. But one of the things that I wanted to do when I started this paranormal show was to learn, to experience, to get outside of my comfort zone. Because one of the things in all the years that I've done my research on the New World Order, I learned not to trust a darn thing that the government or those people in power are telling me. I mean, they have faked, they have falsified, they have lied through their teeth to us. And it's all about control. It's all about the sheeple, keeping us in control. So as I delve further and further into these topics that they call paranormal, which I actually think are normal, but they're probably more mainstream. They need to be more mainstream. They just deny them. I'm just fascinated, but I am still very young. I am a child in this field of study, and that's why I have guests such as Joseph Reyna, Five Eagles, joining us on the phone, on the Skype line, so that he can educate us. And so, dear Professor, I am your humble student. I come before you. Please enlighten me, and hopefully you will enlighten a lot of those that are out there listening to the show. I'm just fascinated because a lot of the things that you're saying I've never heard before. Never. So you can't assume, yeah. I know that you're so involved in all of this that you've read the books, but yeah, this is new stuff to a lot of us. So please bear with our naivety and lack of knowledge, sir. But getting back, so right before we went off the break, I asked you, in the Bible it talks manna from heaven and stuff. So this is not the same as the manna from heaven that's quoted in the Bible?
It's interesting that manna from heaven. The thing is, I haven't quite figured that one out yet. It's a type of food, or something they could eat, right? But the Chinese record the exact same thing, and so do the Mayans. Mm-hmm. And the Hawaiians. This object, this material, because of Nibiru's tail, something to do with. I want to use the word hydrogen. But I'm not sure that's correct. Anyway, it mixes with our atmosphere and creates this puffy substance like popcorn that you can eat. But it was it shows up in the accounts of the Chinese, the Mayans, the effects of the plagues of Egypt. They're recorded all over the world. Now the Jews take credit for it and say it was because of their God and what Moses did, but they can't even get the dating of the Exodus correct. To any normal scholar, the Exodus best guess somewhere around 1200 BC, and the records I show and other researchers are showing that it had to have occurred much earlier, around 1500 BC. There was a show on television by Exodus, Decoded, with Simca.
Yep.
I think Joseph Cameron did the work. That was brilliantly done. I just wish they would have gone and looked at the research, not the research, but the records in China, the Mayans, and of course the Hawaiians, and so many other cultures all over the world that recorded the exact same plagues all over the world. Now, it looks like the last passing of this object was at that time, which would put it right around 1500 BC, somewhere in there, 1550 or so. Anyway, according to the Jews, they left 1200 BC. So what's fascinating is that there's no record of the Jews being in Egypt at that time, according to the hieroglyphs you see there. But if you go back, like they showed in the show, there is evidence that a people did come in during this other pharaoh's lifetime, and they looked pretty much like Jews. And then there was an exodus, and the exodus was of the Hyksos. The Hyksos are called the shepherd kings. And if you look at what they described them as, they basically described these individuals as Wall Street bankers who were bleeding the country dry, and they just said, we've had it, you got to go, and exiled them. Kind of what's happening now, actually.
Yeah.
But it doesn't look like they were slaves. The evidence does not point to it at all. What does come up very quickly is that Moses was the legitimate son of the Pharaoh, and he was supposed to have the right to the throne. And his brother, who at the time that particular Pharaoh was called Moses, brother of Moses, was the one who basically expelled him and got him thrown out. But anyway, back to the manna. This manna, in my book, I did it as a novel, so it's kind of like the Matrix and National Treasure and League of Extraordinary Gentlemen sort of put together, because I wanted people to be entertained and yet find this information and lead them to the people who have this information, who've done the research. Shine the spotlight on them is what I wanted to do.
And that's your, I want to make sure that it's called Incredulous, correct?
Yes, it had many other names before that. The first name I wanted to give it was A Lie for a Lie and a Truth for a Truth. And then they said, that's too long, you got to shorten it. Then I came up with Where the Truth hyphen Lies. I like that one a lot.
Sure.
But I mentioned I'm a driver, and I was driving, and this word shows up. It just comes off from the distance, and it's like a big banner, and it's floating, covering the entire area in front of the windshield, above the highway, above the road. And it's written exactly the way the words are written, the very high, big case, capital letters. There was in red. And I'm reading the word incredulous. And I said to myself, I know that word. What does it mean exactly? I have to look it up. And it meant unable or unwilling to believe, beyond the mind's capability to comprehend. And I thought, okay, that was a perfect title.
Now wait a minute. I mean, so you're driving. Set the picture here, because this seems somewhat divine in nature. So you're driving. You're in the middle of the night, and you just happen to.
It was daytime, morning.
Oh, so it's daytime, morning. All right. So there was no. So it wasn't that you were half asleep or coming from a bar or anything like that. And so where does this word appear? Is it part of a sentence, part of another banner, or where do you see this?
No, it was, I could see through it. I see visions, I see objects. You know that, I like that, the midnight ocean, because things do go bump in the night. I grew up with things going bump in the night.
Gotcha.
I grew up in a haunted house. If you saw the movie The Sixth Sense, you have some idea of what I grew up around.
Okay.
But I cannot attest to having seen a ghost. If I did, I probably wouldn't have recognized it as a ghost, although I could account for everyone that I knew that should have been there. What I saw, you would classify as a demon.
Oh.
That's what I saw growing up. And that's why I wanted to be an exorcist growing up. Because I wanted to learn everything there was to learn to be able to get rid of these things.
Sure.
They were terrifying me.
Sure.
And so I see things. I dream things. I have visions of things. And when I was doing the research for this work, I would drive past a used bookstore that had quite a few in San Antonio, Texas, and that's where I was at the time. And I would get a pull, because a lot of universities there, and I'd like, okay, there's something in there you need. And I'd walk along the shelf, and I'd feel, and I could actually feel like a dowser would feel, a tug, something there. And I'd get the book, and I'd look at it, had a weird title. Okay, that's weird. And I looked through it. Okay, I think this is the one. And sure enough, it felt right. So I went and bought it, and it usually took all the money I had in my pocket. It might just be $6, but that was it at the time. And that book had so much incredible information in it that led me in directions I would have never gone. They all did that. And I found almost every book in that way.
You know I can attest. You know, it's really strange, and people. I get questioned this all the time. How do I get being a young show and not having the crowd following us a coast to coast or you know midnight in the desert and stuff? How do I get the quality of guests that I get? And it's not like I just tell people it's divine. I'm told to do certain things, and I do them, and I follow them, and lo and behold, I get guests. So I'm with you. I'm not saying that I don't see things. I don't, I've seen a ghost or in the past, and I've seen what I think is UFOs. Lights in the sky when I was out in the water and stuff. So I get it. I understand, but it's just it is an amazing feeling on how you feel like your life is kind of being guided to go into a particular direction, and I get it.
I know. I just wish I could hold that feeling a lot longer.
Yeah.
I definitely drop into despair.
Yeah. It is. It's amazing. It's divine. I tell people all the time, it is truly divine in nature, and I don't question it. And I think the deal that I have, as long as I don't question it, I will be able to continue to do what I do. But the day I start questioning it, then it goes away.
I think it's okay to question it. The answer you're probably going to get back is, if you don't do this, I will find someone who will.
That's right.
Because I've heard those words before when I questioned it.
Absolutely. So you're driving in the morning, and then you see the title of your book, Incredulous, which is so appropriate, actually, for your book. But what I find amazing, to me, I kind of, when I get, obviously, when you do shows like this, you come across a lot of stuff where you go, bunk, right? But one of the things that I appreciate about you and your theories and your is that you didn't set out to find the Nibiru. You didn't set out to find the Anunnaki. You didn't set out. That was not the purpose of your book. That was not the purpose of your research. And you just, through that, you stumbled upon a whole realm that you didn't even know existed. And now we're speaking about it. And that, to me, lends to your credibility. I mean, as an expert on this stuff, it's one thing if you said, well, I want to find planet X, and so then you kind of fit the data to meet your results. But in your case, that was not the case at all. You stumbled across this stuff, which is just, like I said, it leads to your credibility. And stuff.
Well, my work was already going to be controversial enough.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Jesus was married. In the Bible, where it mentions Mary Magdalene,
mm-hmm.
it mentions her before his mother Mary. Their system of laws at the time was very much like the laws of Sharia they have now. You do not put some woman's name before a man's mother unless it's his wife.
Unless it's
she's mentioned that way seven times in the list. Also, when in John, he mentions this. Her name is Mary Magdalene. It says this is Mary Magdalene. She's anointed his head with the spikenard, and only a wife could do that. Anoint the man's head with spikenard, and he had to be of the tribe of David, which Jesus was, but only a wife was allowed to do that. So if you understand the custom and you're part of the people, you understand that you don't have to write down that was his wife. You knew that already.
Yeah. I mean,
also,
go ahead.
In my research, Mary Magdalene was incredibly young, teenager still, like 18 or so. And Jesus was nearly 40 at the time. He would have been about 37, I believe, somewhere in there. He was born 7 years before what they say BC 1 was. All the evidence points to that. And his teaching, his missing years were spent in Persia. There's plenty of evidence for that. There's temples there with his name on it that here, rested Isha for a night. They called him Saint Isa over there. and they described him as being from Palestine, and he was with his mother, and he was studying in their lands. He also performed, well, I don't know if he performed a whole lot of miracles according to what they've got, but he did stir up a lot of problems because he did not like their caste system. They have a portrait of him over there. There's quite a few books written about that land. And also Kashmir. He spent some time in Kashmir. And I discovered that there is a tomb there in Kashmir, which holds a body of what they call the prophet. And not far from that tomb is his mother's body, and that's the body of Mary, Mother Mary. Now, people would jump to the conclusion, oh, Jesus' tomb, you found Jesus' tomb. No, this was the tomb of his identical twin brother. They were separated at birth. And there's quite a few gospels that were left out of the Bible. And when I first came across information, I was told this by this individual. She was a historian, and she met me. She needed to meet me. This was also, it's going to be kind of weird here. I wanted to meet this individual because she was very, very gifted. And she was not, how would you say? She was very expensive. And there was no way I could afford paying to have a session with this individual. And I told this friend of mine, I will end up meeting this person. And I said, well, you're crazy. There's no way you could even afford a half hour with her. Well, something happened where she was linked to me that day, apparently, and they were trying to get a hold of me, finally got a hold of me. Hey, are you looking for some kind of check that you can't quite locate? The bank cleared it, or they're not sure what happened to it. And I said, yeah, I've been messing around with that all day long. And said that that's what's been going on in this lady's head. She was told she needed to meet me and speak with me, and then everything would clear up and she'd be okay. And that sounded kind of weird. So anyway, I went to go meet her, and the first thing she said was, you walked with Christ. And I had kind of always known that or felt that, but I never told anyone that. And then she asked, do you know who you were? And I said, well, I have suspicions. Do you know much about him? I said, no, not very much about him. Anyway, she said that Jesus had an identical twin brother, and that twin brother was actually Judas Iscariot. They were separated at birth because the prophecy only spoke of one. Being a historian, she and some professors had gone to several different ancient archives and bribed the guards there or whatever. And they were able to go in and look at all this information. She said it was in the Vatican. They had this information in the Vatican as well. And it was the reason Judas had to be destroyed, in the same way that Mary Magdalene had to be destroyed. So with that information, now I do have something that I got to go look for, just like Nibiru, right? Well, anyway, the first thing I remembered was that Thomas is not a name. Thomas is not the name of anyone. It's just not a name, it's a word. It means twin. You don't name your kid twin. In Spanish, they have a term called cuate. It becomes a nickname for the twins. They're called el cuate. But we don't really use that in the English culture. But there they did. And he was also called Didymus, the duplicate, double. And the Bible mentions that. So when a disciple was killed by it looks like one of the 12 was killed by Paul when he was Saul of Tarsus. Are you familiar with that? That before Paul became Paul,
Yep.
he was Saul of Tarsus. Well, he grabbed Stephen and stoned him, and they didn't have to go before Pilate. They didn't have to go before the governor. They didn't have to ask permission. They just dragged him out and stoned him in front of the city street, in front of the city gates. So that right there, they don't need permission to stone anyone or to put anyone to death. So they didn't need permission to execute Christ. Okay. Anyway, Stephen appears to have been one of the 12 disciples. So now that Paul has wiped out one of the 12 disciples, and you're trying to win over Christians, you have to modify the list of disciples. You have to destroy Judas. So you take his nickname, and Thomas now becomes the other disciple, the missing disciple, to fill in the spot for Stephen. And after the crucifixion, there was a Judas going around doing incredible, miraculous works. So that they ended up adding a Judas to the list of disciples. The Gospel of Luke came out about 30 years later, they think, somewhere in there, after the crucifixion, and that's where the second Judas appears, and then it's kept going in the Gospel of John. to cover for the Judas who's still alive doing all these incredible miraculous works. So anyway, that's what I found out, and I said, okay, how am I going to convince people that this is even a possibility? And what I found out was that it either happened this way, and he did have an identical twin brother, or his tomb is in Kashmir. That's just one of the problems that's represented in the Gospels. Also, he would have still been in the tomb. He would not have risen from the tomb if that twin wasn't there, that double. Anyway, it takes so long to describe it, so I put it into story form and gave an incredibly detailed account of what took place there, having gotten visions of the events that took place, and then having to back them up with research. You've heard of Annas with Caiaphas being his son-in-law. It always mentions that, but it never explains it. Annas, when he became not governor, but he bribed the governor so he could become the next high priest. It was believed that the high priests were elected, that that's the custom they were supposed to have. And it was the custom until Herod the Great took over. Now, Herod the Great went and got some of his own priests that were more loyal to him from Egypt. He placed them in positions of power and appointed them high priests. When he died, the governors took this task over, because Judea was broken into 4 sections, and each of the rulers were called patriarchs. That's why Herod Antipas is called a patriarch. Anyway, one of the fourths of the kingdom was ruled by a Roman governor, and that's where Pilate comes in. These governors were bribed as to who was going to be the acting high priest for that period of time while they were there, and they got tired of them. They just got rid of them, and another one paid them to be in position. So Annas, having become high priest, started taxing the money collectors and amassed a sizable wealth. He used that wealth to get his 5 sons all in a row as high priest after him, and finally Caiaphas, who was his son-in-law, because he'd run out of sons. And that's why they had holding a stranglehold, sort of a monopoly on the Sanhedrin, and controlled it the way they did, and did not want someone claiming to be the Messiah to come in and take that away from them.
Sure.
So these are little things that just are not well known.
I mean, we can actually spend a whole nother show just talking about that. But so while you're doing this research, like I said, at what point where's your aha moment on Planet X? I mean, obviously the Anunnaki are definitely within the Bible and stuff. I mean, how did you? I mean, you talk about the crucifixion and the fact that you had the double eclipse and all of that. I mean, at what point? What was your aha moment? What was your eureka moment? I guess would be where you're like, well, wait a minute.
That's an interesting one. Yeah, that's an interesting one. One time we were having a session. It was I guess meditation, healing gathering, playing what they call the crystal bowls. And people were asking about me and my abilities. And this individual was there. She was really, really good. One time I was driving out to her location to listen to her play crystal bowls. And she called me on the phone. She said, "You just missed my house." And I said, I didn't see the lights. I didn't see your Christmas lights out there. It was out in the dark on a road out here in Wimberley, Texas. And she said, yeah, there was a UFO over the house a little while ago, and they all burned out, so there were no lights. But I sensed you go by. I go, really? Okay. So I turned around in the back, and so people were asking her, so what about this guy? What planet did he originate from? Because she told them, several individuals, you originated from this other world, you originated from this other world, you weren't originally from Earth. And they found that fascinating. And when they asked me, I knew the answer, and I don't know how I knew the answer, but I said, well, actually, my planet doesn't exist anymore. It was, it's sort of, and then her name was Ruby May. She filled it in. She goes, it blew up. And I said, more like we blew it up. And I don't know why I said that, or why it came. It was like a memory that was triggered.
Yeah.
Okay, so the story of Nibiru says that,
believe it or not,
or Planet X.
Hey Joseph, we're actually coming up on a break. And I want to make sure
Okay.
everybody hears this whole story and everything. And I'm sorry to cut you off, but we got to pay the bills
Oh, no problem.
and stuff. So, and now we're getting into the conversation where time is just flying by as we have a pleasant conversation with Joseph Reyna, Five Eagles. And you're listening to the Midnight Ocean radio show and podcast. You can join us here every Monday through Friday from 10 p.m. until 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network. This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
That is right. You are listening to the Midnight Ocean, a radio show and a podcast. Join us here every weeknight from 10 p.m. till 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or on the web at www.themidnightocean.com. You can now tell that we're getting into a great conversation because time is just escaping us as we continue into the night with our very special guest, Joseph Reyna, Five Eagles. And before we took off, before we went off to the break, I was asking, what was your aha moment? So you're sitting around a room with a bunch of people, and you obviously have, yourself and other individuals like yourself who have abilities, and you're asking each other, what planet are you from? And then you just out of the blue just say, I don't have a planet. I'm a man without a planet. Did that just pop into your head, or is that something that you always just kind of felt, I guess, would be the answer, Joseph?
No, I never felt that until that moment. It was like a memory that was just triggered. And that was the answer.
Wow.
And I didn't know what the planet was. I thought maybe it was in a distant solar system or something. And I was very surprised when I found which one it was. Actually, It's part of our solar system.
Yeah.
It was part of our solar system.
Was part of our, yeah. One of the guests or one of the listeners in the chat room wanted to know, what do you think about Zacharias Stitchin? What's your feelings on him?
I think Zacharias Stitchin was given, spoon-fed this information, because you can't get it from the Anunnaki cuneiforms or the tablets that he got it from. Mm-hmm. You can't get that story out of there. The names are mentioned, the Anunnaki are mentioned, Nibiru is mentioned, Enki's mentioned, but the story he put out, you can't somehow extrapolate it from that data. It's just not there. Somebody gave him this information. Now, Zacharias Sitchin was a high-level Mason. I don't know if you know that. Have you seen pictures of him wearing all the garb that they wear with the gold around the neck and stuff? Okay. Well, he did not have a degree. As far as I know, he didn't even take a class in linguistics of any kind. He majored in economics. So he obviously taught himself cuneiform since he could read it. But this information had to have been given to him, and then he put it together in a story because it was time to be released, basically. And somebody has to be the one releasing it. I have not been given this information. I found it on my own. That gives me the right to share it with whomever I feel. It also gives me the right to withhold the information, which I have a lot of it because it's too dangerous to release. And in my second book, I've been told I need to release some of this information. I'm like, okay, you're the boss. Like you said, you got to obey.
So when you,
and that's what I'll be doing.
So when you say
aha moment.
Well, hold on, I want to back up. So when you're saying that you're being told this is a higher power that's telling you, it's not a group or organization. I want to make sure that we're clear on that.
No, it's like that small inner voice, sort of.
Okay.
That's not you.
Okay.
That gives you guidance.
Okay. Yeah, because so a little bit. I'm a 32nd degree Mason. I mean, I don't hold back on that. I'll tell you straight up, and I can tell you that this is and I was also a librarian. Cliche, like the show The Librarian.
Yeah,
I was a librarian, so it was my job to maintain some very ancient Masonic manuscripts and books, and I can tell you, this is all, and I don't have a problem because this does not fall into any blood oath I've ever taken at a Masonic lodge. This is all news to me. So I don't know, if there's other information that was never shared with me, and it's possible, the Masonic, but I just wanted to make sure that that the listeners out there, because I'm sure the next question is going to be, well, Jeff, you're 30, what else do what do you know? And I can honestly say this was never discussed and this is the first time I've heard these, this story. So.
Okay. Oh, also, I just wanted to correct. You keep saying Reyna. The N in Spanish has two. They have two different N's. One of them is a regular sounding N,
Yeah.
and the other one is like Peña. And mine is the other one, the Reyna, just simple
Reyna,
Reyna.
I am.
Yeah, I keep forgetting to.
You should. I mean, you'll learn. Here I am. I'm writing it on my Reyna, right? Reyna. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Reyna. Okay. Yeah, you'll learn. It was funny. The reason when I first started out as in radio, my first job was at a jazz station at a university which was known for its music program. I lasted one night because I could not pronounce most of the artist's name. I am horrible, and I apologize and stuff. But I've put you in the special spot on my hand, so that way I know I know how to actually pronounce your name.
Okay.
And I do apologize. No, please, no disrespect.
No problem.
I'm horrible. You'll learn that about me. I'm horrible with people's names. Pronouncing them correctly, and that's my fault. So.
No problem.
But I really like the
the
Five Eagles. How did you get? I mean, how were you named Five Eagles? How did that come about?
Again, the same voice, and said because I like Archangel myself, and I was actually going to entitle the book "Archangel" will not have my name on it at all.
Gotcha.
And then it said, "No, your name is Five Eagles," and I'm like, shouldn't it be four eagles? For the four elements. And then the voice came back to, well, there are five elements. Oh yeah, that's right. So I just left it at Five Eagles. It sounded really weird at first, but
Yeah.
I don't know, it grew on me.
And
so I wasn't going to put it on the cover, and said you need to put it on there. They need to know who you are. They'll figure it out soon enough.
It's your name. Be proud of it.
So I went ahead and added it.
So one comment leads to another conversation. Five elements. What's the fifth element?
Life, basically. It's they say plasma, a plasma field, which is not a gas or
it's neither
or
state.
solid.
That's right. It's
But
stateless.
it's really more like life, life itself, the animation, the
Gotcha.
conscious awareness of just being in a place and being aware of your surroundings and conscious of it.
Sure.
That's actually the fifth element.
Perfect. Makes perfect sense.
On the aha moment of Planet X,
Yeah.
okay, so I knew a planet had been destroyed, and it was mine, and so like your home's not there anymore, and you don't have that attachment. You're sort of like a rogue, I guess. Anyway, I learned that when this Planet X object came through the system sometime in the past, they say that one of its moons collided with the planet that was between Mars and Jupiter. And that planet was destroyed. From the mathematics, just on Bohr's law, it would have to have been a water world the size of Saturn, just a massive planet. And you probably heard of Robert Harrington. The the other guy, there was two astronomers there, Flanders, I think was the other one, and he came up with a theory that all of the comets in our solar system come from this planet, this exploded planet. It would have been a water world, and that also makes sense. He can prove the theory. He just doesn't explain how the planet exploded, because planets aren't prone to explode.
Yeah.
Anyway, this information that I guess I'll share with you just was given to me about 2 months ago, and my second book, what happened was I had to break my book in two. The thing, it was about 900 pages long at first, and it was very difficult to read because there was just so much information in there, and I just couldn't figure out what to remove. Anyway, doing more spiritual work and stuff, all of a sudden it became plain what I had to remove and actually restructure the book so it would read better, because it was way too much of an investigation and it needed to be more of action adventure. So I got that straightened out, and everybody really loved the way it came out. however, this planet exploding somehow triggered in my mind, wow, could that have been the world? And then I realized, holy shit, it was a world, because I had a connection with Nephilim, and I had memories of these wars and these battles that took place, and the planet being destroyed. And this part's going to be really crazy, okay? And it's just something I discussed it with Jason Jeffries from Leak Project, and he was amazed because it all fit into the research he was doing. Now, the Sumerians do claim that world was destroyed. In the Bible, the name of that world is Rahab, describes it as Rahab, and it was destroyed by a dragon. And Planet X is described as a dragon. It's red, has a long red tail, has wings, and in Revelation, it's called Satan, that great red dragon. So that drew a third of the stars with its tail. When this world was destroyed, a third of the stars were dragged away, a third of the pieces, the asteroids and comets. And the word translated there, stars, is really the word meteors and comets. It's not the word angels. Pastors like to revel in that and say a third of the angels were dragged away by Satan's tail, but no, it's specifically stated as meteors or comets were dragged away by the dragon's tail. And third fell to Earth, and the other third remained in the asteroid belt. That's the way the Bible says it. It's also in Sanskrit, by the way. Anyway, this planet exploded, and according to the Anunnaki, or the tablets of Sumeria, a section of that world remained intact. And this was where it gets a little crazy, because let's say the Earth got blown up, and a piece goes off and sort of becomes its own little sphere, and yet there's people on it. There's a lot less oxygen, of course, that, there's trees and stuff, and not all of it was destroyed. A huge section was damaged, but there was actually a section that remained intact. That sounds really crazy, and that's kind of what happened. They say that a huge section of it was ripped off and moved into the orbit that we have now. The thing is that they mentioned the moon followed it. Okay, and that's where I knew that's not true. The moon could not follow it. They state the moon, described as Ki, was part of its, or Kunga, it's part of the moons of that world, but it was not. That moon is not. The moon is what's called a war carrier. And now we're going to get into the reptilians, which I was hoping I have to avoid. But there was an invasion of a reptilian force. And if you were wondering who it was the Anunnaki have been battling all this time, it is the reptilians. And the reptilians believe that any world that is inhabitable belongs to them, and they have the right to conquer and kill, eat, and subdue any beings on that world. And that world, the one on this side of Jupiter, just happened to be the one they were after. And the Anunnaki, and the humans that they had modified as well. Remember I mentioned war carrier? There were 7 of them. 7 war carriers. The moons around Saturn, some of them are these war carriers. That's why they're like, well, wait a minute, these things look artificial. Because they are. This object, the one around Earth, is the largest of the war carriers. And when something is dying, something is hurt, something is leaking out its life force, David Wilcock describes this as loosh, and it's a life force like energy. They absorb it. They're like vampires. They feed off of this. So here you have a dying world, section ripped off of it. It's bleeding. It's hurt. They're going to position this moon around it to absorb this energy because it rejuvenates them. It heals them. It gives them incredible power. Anyway, that's what it seems actually happened. And it would have taken place during the invasion when they destroyed that world, or that world was destroyed, rather. Yeah. All the pieces start fitting, and again, it didn't happen 450,000 years ago, like it says in the tablets, because the moon wasn't here 450,000 years ago. It arrived about 12,000 years ago, and that's exactly how much dust is on the moon. That is how much erosion we have on the planet. And apparently all this only happened that long ago. Now, this is where but I'm still in a theory mode, but all the pieces are fitting into it. And there was a massive invasion. It's mentioned in the writings of India that a demonic force invaded our system. Now, it also mentions that the force that was repelled here, the good gods, they came back, and they had a new weapon with them. And this new weapon was called, the ones that were flying around, they were the Vimanas. You're familiar with those. But this new weapon was called the Velexi, and it looked like a cigar-shaped ship, and it fired massive thunderbolts of lightning. And that opened up all kinds of memories for me because of the Nephilim Wars and how they took back the Earth and how they subdued the reptilians and basically placed them on the planet as sort of a prison planet with the humans, since they didn't really, Enlil was in charge at that time. He didn't really care about the humans. And so we were basically put down here with these psychopaths, and they are pretty much the ones in charge, so they created their own species of human, sort of, by breeding with them. They created the royalty lines and the bloodlines of the priest, and that's why we have this reptilian problem. And so they're like, well, who's in charge, the reptilians or the Anunnaki, or are the Anunnaki reptilians? The Anunnaki are not reptilians. And anyway, make a long story short, this world was destroyed when one of the 7 moons was captured by the Nephilim. The Nephilim were sons of the Anunnaki. Somehow, when a female woman, human, mates with a male Anunnaki, her DNA does not tell the child to stop growing, and it's a hybrid, kind of like a mule. It's not going to be able to breed, but they're going to be much larger. There's a creature called a liger between a lion and a tiger. It also grows way bigger than the lion or the tiger, and it has characteristics of both. So these beings were telepathic. They were incredibly muscular and powerful. Like, okay, for instance, we've been dumbed down. You know that, right?
Yep.
We've also been weakened as well, our muscles. A very young chimpanzee will have far more strength in his arms than the strongest weightlifter we have.
Yeah.
We've just been, it just doesn't add up. If we were survival of the strongest, why aren't we the strongest? Well, anyway, the Nephilim captured one of the moons, and then they were ordered to destroy that world by Anu. Normally, I've heard before, the reptilians would never have destroyed a world. They want to conquer it. But it was important that they destroy this world. That information will be in my book. I don't want to release it right now, why they would destroy it. It's far darker than anything I could have imagined. But they flew the moon into it, and it caused the explosion, caused the destruction. And they also had captured a lot of the technology of the reptilians, the Vimanas and stuff. So when they built these new weapons, they're basically capacitor banks stacked back to back, maybe a mile in diameter. The first ships were about 16 miles long. The last one was 52 miles long. And these ships, they don't necessarily shock you like a bug zapper. They're energized with the power of the sun, but they tap into the 0-point energy of the system of the universe, and then they unleash it. And these thunderbolts go for tens of thousands of miles, and they're massive in size. So it's like a giant bug zapper. When they attacked, they sort of pissed off the reptilians. The reptilians came out to meet them with the moon, and they captured the moon at that point. But they also destroyed a tremendous amount of ships of the reptilians. They would have killed all the reptilians if they had not been stopped by Ninurta. Ninurta was the son of Enlil, who was conducting the battle. And that's when the royalty of the reptilians were allowed to live on Earth. Anyway, over in Tiahuanaco, where they have, over in Pumapunku, that area, they've got those pillar of the sun, the gateway of the sun, and they've got the birdmen on each side of the Yokosuka. They finally translated what those pillars said, and the pillars said that there was a great battle, and the moon left the Earth and was recaptured by the birdmen and brought back and placed back in position. So I thought that was really fascinating because I learned that after this other information I had uncovered. But anyway, that seems to be our actual history. The Nephilim were not evil. They were not these evil demonic beings that, like L.A. Marzulli seems to believe. I've actually contacted L.A. Marzulli and wanted to talk with him, but I have not had a chance. I definitely want him to look over my work. Now, the giants were bad. If you can imagine a heartless, soulless human being with that kind of power and size, doing whatever the hell it wants, then that's what these giants were. Now, all Nephilim were giants, but not all giants were Nephilim. The Nephilim were born from the daughters of Adam and Eve, and that's why in the Bible, Genesis 6:4, it states that in that time were the Nephilim, and they came from the daughters of Adam and Eve. That's very specific. You have to understand that, because they were intelligent, and the reason they were so different is because Adam and Eve, their DNA structure, their body, it could capture the essence of Creator, the soul, basically. So Adam and Eve both had souls. They had passion. They were not like the other humans. And so their children also had that. So the Nephilim had that. And in the Bible, in that same section, Genesis 6:4, at the very end, it says, these were the heroes of old, the men of renown. The Bible doesn't have much good to say about men of that time, but it's calling the Nephilim the heroes of old, the men of renown. And it was because they basically saved our bacon. If it had not been for them, the reptilians would not have been defeated. The reptilians have never been defeated. In fact, that was the first time they were defeated.
Wow.
These new weapons and these new warriors.
Well, and it's amazing. You know, one of the things now that the moon is hollow, do you actually think the Nephilim that they're actually sitting there watching us from the moon base, from the dark side of the moon?
Well, what I discovered, it is far grander in scope than anything I could have imagined that's about to take place. Okay, there are beings on the moon, and some of the Anunnaki are on the moon because it is said, even in their own writings, that they cannot return to Nibiru. The sun changes you. Apparently, the reason there are so many different types of humans is because of the sun that their planets orbit. Their sun dictates what your DNA is going to do. And they've actually been Nobel Prize winners have discovered that there are several specific light frequencies that DNA responds to, is actually encoded by and programmed with. Have you heard of that?
Yep, I have heard of that research.
Are you familiar with the research where they took a salamander egg, shot a beam of light through it into a frog egg, and from the frog egg hatched a perfectly good salamander that could mate with those salamanders? There was no genetic...
I didn't hear that I didn't know that they actually reproduce. Now I heard that they were doing experiments where they were having frogs that had salamander DNA, or like a mix where they were mixing them.
They were able to reverse the process. Both of them make frogs from salamander eggs and make salamanders from frog eggs.
See, I didn't hear that.
By transferring the DNA information from one egg to the other with what would be called synchrotronic light. Laser light is on the same frequency, so it holds its bandwidth over a long distance. It basically flows together. It doesn't have a lot of scatter pattern in it. And synchrotronic energy can then, just like a radio wave, carry the information from the photons that are trapped inside the DNA and transfer that information over to the next egg, and then from that egg grows whatever DNA information was given to it.
Wow. Well, I'll definitely have to be looking. I'll be looking that one up and everything.
So right now, from the center of the galaxy is a light source hitting our world that's actually affecting DNA. You've heard of that, right?
Yeah. I mean,
okay.
Well, you see you see the physical aspects of it now. I mean, a very simple, a very simplistic explanation of that is skin cancer. I mean, because that's what they're doing. That's your DNA is being manipulated. The cells are being manipulated to grow at a far greater rate than they normally would. So, I mean, that's a very simplistic example of how the sun affects your DNA.
Mm-hmm. The sun also rewrites the DNA and creates entirely new creatures that they're catching them mostly in the oceans. And what's supposed to be happening right now is we're supposed to be getting hit with flares. And these flares are supposed to be causing aurora borealis all over the planet. And then you're supposed to go out and let this light from the aurora borealis strike your DNA, your skin, and give you the upgrades, basically.
Yeah.
But
Hey.
that's not happening.
Hey, Joseph. But we're going to another break. And so when we get back, we're going to be talking about light and DNA. And you're with our very special guest, Joseph Reyna. 5 Eagles is joining us in the studio. And as we roll into the twilight hours, what a show. What a show. I got so many more questions. But we'll be back in a few minutes.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
That is right. We are back. we are back. So for those that don't know, that last song that just played, that song was actually written specifically by Kevin MacLeod for the Midnight Ocean. That is our theme song, guys. Yes, we have an official theme song. And for those that do not know, that song, like I said, Kevin MacLeod was gracious enough to write that song. And for you guys that don't know who Kevin is, I would have to say he is the most listened to musician ever. And let me tell you why. Almost all of the videos that you see on the YouTube, almost all of the songs that you hear in YouTube are usually Kevin MacLeod. That's right. He is so prolific. He's been in video games, written video theme songs for video games, for movies, for TV shows. He is a outstanding composer, but that is a song that he has put together especially for us. And let me just, I'm so proud of it. Let me play it one more time, just a little bit before we get back to our very special guest, Joseph Reyna, 5 Eagles. All right, there you go. You can hear its entirety tonight after the show. We'll play it, of course, with our exit music, our outro music, and everything. And Joseph, sorry for taking up some of your time, so you'd have to hear that. But I think it's pretty cool. You know, we talk about how we're divinely inspired and how we're, you know, things just come to us, and the success of this show. The fact that, you know, that we were able to get a composer such as Kevin MacLeod to write our theme song for us is just incredible. It was weird. You talk about people talking to you. I was given an email address and said, here, contact this guy. He'll write the song for you. And so I reached out to Kevin, and about a month later, after reaching out to him, it literally showed up in my email box. Our intro. We didn't communicate between that. It was just, hey Kevin, can you please write a song for me for my theme for my show? This is what we talk about. And like I said, a month later, the song that you just heard and everybody else heard showed up in our inbox, and he said, there you go, enjoy. It's all yours. Written especially for the Midnight Ocean. Who knows? He might be a fan. He might be listening right now, and I just don't know it. So, but
cool. I like that music.
It's pretty cool.
Speaking of music,
mm-hmm.
my girlfriend's heavily into music.
Mm-hmm.
She's a great singer, but she likes to go to music, and I've never been to music where these musicians get together and they just start playing music.
Mm-hmm.
And so the first time I was there, it was actually a sort of euphoric experience. I mean, I almost got high just listening to basically, let me see. You've got all these individuals. Again, we're in the illusion. We're all one. But you've got all these seeming individuals that all harmonize and create this incredible music that would not be created without them. And then you have the witnesses hearing the music, and you have the others singing along to the music. And it's really, in the illusion, just the one creator creating and experiencing it from all levels.
Yep.
So the other night, she wanted to go dancing. We went to this band here. It was a jazz band, and it was a little bit blues band, and it was a little bit loud, but I just couldn't tune in to the vibe. She caught it real quick. It took me a little while, but then when I finally put it all together, the same way I've just described, that is what Creator does. Creators, each of us is a unique aspect of Creator, and what we came down here to do was express that uniqueness and do it collectively.
Yeah. No,
Anyway, so when we do it right, it comes out very beautiful.
Oh, I agree with you. I mean, there's something. So I mean, when I lived in Nashville, we would go to the Parthenon, which is downtown Nashville, which they had the Parthenon, and they would have the drum circle there, and it was just incredible. And I was a witness. I'm not musically inclined. I play a very mean radio. That's why I chose radio as my profession. But I would go and sit and listen there at the Parthenon to the drum circle, and it was just it was you get into a rhythm, and it's just amazing. And to me it seems like talk about some of your heritage and everything, but like the Native Americans as well. I remember as a kid my parents taking us. One of the earliest memories I have was we went to like a pavilion, and they were doing a dance, and the rhythm it just right to your soul. I think that there are certain people, certain individuals, and certain groups who get it, who understand the power of sound, and
Yeah, they're
yeah.
called anointed when you get into a religious group, but
Yeah.
that they just have this ability to do that.
Well, God speaks to you. I think He speaks to you through music, through sounds. I mean, there's no doubt about it.
Hmm.
I mean, there's certain, and I'm not talking about songs that remind you of, 1969 or whatever, but there are certain
Hmm.
songs or certain, um, uh, I want to say, and it's instrumental in most cases,
Hmm.
which will set a mood for you. And it's just, I had one song that I play quite a bit on here on my bumper music, and I was told to be careful because it has a ton of alpha waves in it, and it could cause someone, if they're driving, to fall asleep, and it could cause also seizures to some people that are sensitive. I was actually warned by someone that said, "Hey, look, that song, be careful. It's got a lot of alpha wave to it, and that can cause issues for people." And okay, I'm sorry, but
Hmm.
we'll
That's okay.
we'll mind it. We'll watch it when we can, and everything, because I don't want to cause anybody any harm. But it's just amazing. It's utterly amazing. So as we
Then,
roll into the night, my friend, so all right. So we've established this war, this reptilian war, the Nephilim, and everything. Now let's get to the scary. All right, most of the kids should be tucked in bed. There's no reason why anybody under the age of 18 is not is listening to the show right now. What what's our future? I've heard so many
quite
things
quite
that.
glorious.
Excuse me.
It's quite glorious, actually.
Oh, is it? Okay. Then
Yeah, yeah, it
I
really
cheered
is.
up. So yeah, tell me. I'm all ears now. I'm all happy.
Okay, well, before we get to that, I have to lay some groundwork down.
Okay.
Um, Remember we were talking about light and DNA, how it's affected. Well, the central sun, the center of our galaxy, is basically a sun. It's a quasar. It's not a black hole. It's an energy source. And this energy source, if you've ever meditated and gone there, it would be like the power of Creator if you could bottle it. It's like the highest frequency, divine love, basically. It's the only way I can explain it. And I don't know if you've heard, sometimes people send out these messages. We're about to get hit with this shock wave, this wave of energy. It's from divine source. It's pure love. And I thought that's really interesting they're saying that, because that's exactly what it is. The interesting thing, though, is that the ancients spoke of this energy that was going to strike the planet, only they called it a fire. And it was purification, a fire that would purify. Well, if it's powerful enough, if that energy is powerful enough, anything that is not love and above cannot withstand that energy. I don't know if it vanishes, if it's dematerialized, or what happens, but its frequency cannot hold. It's too low a frequency for it. So it's almost like a shockwave that just wipes out anything that is not created. And Christ spoke of it. The ancients have spoken of it. If you ever get a chance to look at something called The Mechanics of Ascension by Danny Searle on YouTube, there's 8 parts. It goes into the blue star, the shockwave that hits. Only it's described as a very, very destructive thing, very destructive force. And in some ways, I guess if you're not a good individual, it would be very destructive. But this energy has the ability to modify whatever it strikes instantaneously with the not only the power behind it, but the new genetic information that it transmits. And so you literally get new species almost instantaneously, exactly the way they find them in the fossil records. And one example of this are something called the blue apples. Have you ever heard of the blue apples?
No.
The Stargate technology.
Oh.
Okay, Stargate technology. Apparently, Mary Magdalene was one of the keepers of these objects, and when Caleb and Joshua were sent into the Holy Land to scout, they stole from the Nephilim, sometimes translated giants or whatever, but they stole from them these giant grapes. They've got a pole between them, and there's this big cluster of grapes. Anyway, those are not grapes. Those are what would be called blue apples, and they grow on the tree of life. And it's actually held almost at another harmonic. It's taken me a while to describe, but if I could show you a blue apple, it would look about the size of a billiard ball. It'd be perfectly spherical. It would be the color of cobalt blue, and within it you would see ribbons of light, something like sun dancing off waves of water shimmering on the rooftop or the ceiling. So that's what they look like if you were to hold one. But these devices, they were said to come from the center of the galaxy, and I could never figure out, well, how do you get something out of the center of the galaxy? And in the beginning of my story, during an exorcism, they're questioning the demon Asmodeus, the demon of secrets and buried treasure, also believed to have assisted Solomon in building the temple, the main temple. And in Rennes-le-Chateau, if you've studied any of Rennes-le-Chateau, there's quite a few cryptic messages that were deciphered, but no one really knows their meaning. One of these messages, it was deals with a hidden coded parchment, and in it says, "This demon guardian at midday blue apples." That's what it ends with.
Now,
At midday blue apples.
Is this Rennes-le-Chateau of Oak Island?
Yeah.
Same. Okay.
No, Rennes-le-Chateau.
Rennes-le-Chateau.
Okay. And the story begins with that, which I found fascinating, at midday blue apples, and ends with that in the second book, at midday blue apples. What it means is that in this galactic energy field that we've entered, you're familiar with the photon band?
Mm-hmm.
The galaxy is disc-shaped, and if you can visualize it like a giant CD, and in the CD itself is part of the energy from central source, whatever's there, the energy source. And it's spinning so fast that it's sort of centripetal force, even though they say it doesn't exist. It would push outward, creating a thin band of energy. This energy is coming from the central sun. So once we entered this in 98, the Earth started wobbling, the planet started warming up, earthquakes were on the rise, storms became more intense. So anyway, all these things started happening to all the planets. What I was told, and I thought this should never be released, but I was informed that we came back through time to stop something horrible that happened in the future. And when I came across the work of Cannon, Dolores Cannon, that's exactly what she said. And it's amazing because she was not psychic in any way. She was not telepathic. She just helped people regress. And as she got older, and some of the people she was working on became younger, she started finding individuals that had never been on Earth before, ever. No lifetimes on Earth. And they wanted to go home. They weren't happy here. They didn't like it here. They didn't know where home was exactly, but they didn't want to be here. And I felt that way for a long time. But she said these individuals, something happened in the future that was really horrific, and the only way to fix it was to be born into this illusion, to be like Christ, You have to be born into it and make the changes from within. And of course, being born into it, your memory is going to be white, and you're not going to be telepathic, and you're going to be disconnected from Creator. And a lot of beings who are out there can't handle that. Your DNA is designed to be connected to Creator like Wi-Fi. It's always on. So to be disconnected is a very scary sensation, to feel alone, to feel abandoned. And we have felt that as humans. But we never happen. It's just our DNA. Our Wi-Fi is turned off. The signal's still there. Anyway, these crystals form in human brains. And you can Google this if you want. Crystals in human brains are actually removing them surgically. But in this region of space, at midday, for the central sun, these crystals grow within the human brain, and they're magnetic in nature. When we get hit with a shock wave, these crystals energize. And if you can picture in your mind that dilithium crystal from Star Trek, that would have incredible amount of power. I mean, literally the power of God in this crystal. If the reptilians got their hands on that, they could make incredible weapons with it. And what you're supposed to do, and I've never been allowed to hear the sound, so that's why I'm kind of safe from it. But you take these crystals and you place them together, and then you sing, you tone, you make these sounds that cause the crystals to start to liquefy and join one with another until they form a sphere. And these spheres will only get so big and they won't get any bigger. And those are the blue apples. Now, when Christ raised Lazarus, at Rennes le Chateau, they have these three spheres that show up on the wall. And on the wall is a relief, the window of Jesus raising Lazarus. What's fascinating is in some of the oldest reliefs of Jesus raising Lazarus, dating from the 6th century and before, Jesus is holding a wand like Harry Potter. And on the end of the wand looks like the clover leaf from the card deck. You have three spheres connected together on the end of the wand. Those were the blue apples. When you're within that morphogenic field of the blue apples, whatever you think becomes reality. So if you had three of these together and you thought something, it would become reality. You've heard that, right? That at higher frequencies, whatever you think instantly materializes.
Yep.
But not on this dimension. Okay, well, that's kind of what it does. Now, so Jesus would have used these. He would have raised Lazarus. And it's just really fascinating that, okay, let's say I'm wrong. Let's say it's just something that fell together and maybe I got it wrong. Have you ever heard of something called the primordial code? The Swiss
Yes.
The Swiss scientists who came across, okay, the
Yes.
primordial code, there is a morphogenic field on Earth. It's a theorized field, a field of everything, a field of life that sort of connects us all together and kind of keeps us in line with what we're supposed to be in line with, I guess, connected to what we're supposed to connect it with. Well, when they shielded these seeds from the morphogenic field, the seeds couldn't tap into the information all around us, I guess, the force, for lack of a better word, creator. So they have to go into their own, it's theorized, they have to go into their own DNA information to extract what to become. So the grain seeds became grain that could be harvested in 4 weeks. It was smaller, but yielded as much or more grain than typical grain that we have today. The corn had 12 stalks on it. Most corn has 2, 3 at the most. And this one had 12 and was ready to harvest in 4 weeks as well. And when they did it to the salmon eggs, well, I'm not salmon, I keep calling them salmon because they look like salmon, the trout eggs, these trout grew into a species of trout that had been extinct for 150 years. And they were called the hook-nosed trout. They look just like salmon.
Yeah. I've seen them. Yeah.
Okay.
I know exactly. I've seen
well, that's
pictures
kind of
of
what
them.
this energy is going to do. It'll instantaneously, in one session, sort of modify you. And the galactic shock wave, it's already struck Earth, what I call the Baal shock. The galaxy itself is, to me, I have spoken with other physicists, they're not sure, but to me, this galaxy looks like a Seyfert galaxy. Now, this individual named Seyfert was studying quasars, and with the new photography equipment that we have, the new satellites, he was able to note that at the edge of these quasars, nobody knew what a quasar was, they just knew it was an incredibly bright, big star. At the edge of these quasars were the edges of the arms of galaxies. So basically what this guy was looking at was a star the size of a galaxy. And they wondered, is this what galaxies are? They light up like a central sun where there's no darkness. And they actually captured some doing this. And when they do this, they fire a plume of energy straight up and straight down, perpendicular to the disk. And then a shock wave, a ring of energy, fires in all directions. This ring of energy causes a change in the galaxy. Someone named Paul Laviolette, he's written a book called, I think it's Earth Under Fire, and he describes having located the timeline when we get hit with these about every 26,000 years. So this galaxy appears to go quasar every 26,000 years. And if you recall the ancient speaking of the great central sun, the Mayans calling the great central sun, even though it was dark, they said, oh, it's a dark sun. No, it's a real sun, but we're in the dark. We're in the darkest before dawn, and it's ignited already, and the shock wave is going to hit us. And it's going to look like a blue star. It's going to be coming just above the tip of Scorpio, where the arrow of Sagittarius is pointing. And it's going to get bigger and bigger and bigger, and people's hearts will fail them to see what is coming, because they're going to panic. Anyway, that is part of our, what they call, ascension. Now, what I find fascinating more than anything else that I've come across is that man is the only thing that was not created by God. It was the Anunnaki who created him. And if that's true, they did create him. It was for a selfish reason, for their own selfish purposes. And then they modified the human according to their needs. One need was they can't have access to their information in their brain. They can't access that. The way a chicken coming out of an egg can access that information. So they removed that, or they blocked it. Telepathics, they were too dangerous telepathically. Apparently, telepathically, you can communicate with anyone or anything. And so the reptilians were able to communicate with the humans. And in the Tower of Babel incident, if you understand it as reading the Anunnaki, they're asking, hey, what are the humans up to? The Elohim are. Let's go down there and find out. Well, God doesn't need to come down here and find out. But they did. And when they got here, they were shocked because the humans were putting together a Shem. And a Shem is not a name. A Shem is the uppermost section of a three-stage rocket. You can do any kind of amount of research on ancient documents, really, really old stuff, and you'll know that the Shem was what the gods traveled in. It disconnected from the rocket, the main chariot, and could land on Earth and go back into space. So that's what they were building, and it was going to reach the heavens. So you understand the wording now, what it meant?
Yep.
And then they said, they are too dangerous. We can't leave them with this language. We have to disconnect it, or there'll be nothing that will be impossible for them. So they disconnected the telepathics. This caused another problem. Lies became possible now. You could lie to someone who wasn't telepathic, and you could tell them any story you wanted to, and or the reptilians had a heyday with that one. So we've been pretty much told whatever it is they want us to believe as far as humans are concerned. And they disconnected us from Creator. And this caused the ego to be formed. But this isn't a bad thing, really, because having the ego, I myself have become an author and created this story from nothing, and musicians create incredibly beautiful music and songs from nothing. And the movies we've seen that are just made up. Well, they can't do this on other worlds, and they're amazed that we can do it, being so limited. But even though we are limited, we express the most unique aspect of Creator they have ever seen. We literally create things from nothing.
Gotcha.
So
it's actually a blessing, right?
What's that?
Well, it's actually kind of like a blessing.
Yeah, it's actually what Creator was trying to accomplish all along and never able to. Because in the other worlds, I had asked, well, what is it like to be in another world? And I meditated, and I was in the middle of this really powerful meditation. It's one of those where you sit in a certain position, it's very uncomfortable, and you don't really move, and it's incredibly hot. Anyway, what is it you want to see?
Yep. Hey, Joseph, we're coming up on our last break, and then our last segment. So can you hang in there for us? Another 30 minutes?
Yeah.
All right, sir.
No problem.
All right. Wow, what a great conversation as we sit here and talk with Joseph Reyna. Five Eagles on the Midnight Ocean radio show and podcast. Join us here every weeknight from 10 p.m. till 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or on the web 24/7 at www.themidnightocean.com.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network. This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
All right, all you boys and girls out there, as we wind into our last segment of the show. Wow, what a show. Holy smokes, I got a lot of reading to do. That is why probably the picture of our guest, Joseph Reyna, Five Eagles, has that picture of that quite extensive collection of books behind him on his cover picture. I've got some reading to do. I thought I was a prolific reader and researcher, but I can tell I do not hold a candle to you, sir.
Well, thank you, but I also have you at a disadvantage because I can douse. And if you've ever seen the movie Constantine,
Yes.
where it's kind of about angels and things
Oh,
like
yeah,
that.
yeah.
There's that priest, and he's combing his hands over the newspaper, and his eyes are like moving all over it. My eyes don't do that, but these books I had to go through. Some of them were like encyclopedias, and I knew what I needed was in there. So I would close my eyes and run my hands over the book, and just keep doing that over each page, and then I'd feel a tug just like I did when I was dowsing, and it was that paragraph was the one I needed. So it saved me a lot of reading. But I got through a lot of information.
So you're not actually see my thing is that I have guests like you on the show, and then I offline, but I'll go ahead and do it online since we're here. I say, send me lists, send me books, send me lists, send me whatever. Here's my address, and it's amazing what shows up here at the house, and for my reading. And I am a prolific reader. I mean, I probably read about 5 to 6 books a week. Actually read them. And I do one, usually one a day.
I think.
Yeah, one a day. I'll sit down and one a day. If it's over 400 pages, 300 to 400 pages, it might take me 2 days.
Wow.
To read that.
That is fast.
Yeah, I've always been a speed reader. When I was younger, it was amazing because when I was younger, I always had the ability to, and it's not a photographic. I've got one buddy who's got a photographic mind, and it's crazy. This guy can read, he can read, he's a salesman, and he can read literature. He knows nothing about what he's reading, but he can quote it to you as a salesman. He can quote it to you verbatim. And I ask him, I'm like, do you know what you just read or what you just said? Because I'm a technical guy, and it's talking about technology and stuff. I'm like, do you and he's like, no, I have no clue what I just said. I just read it back to you the way that it was written in the sales material. It's just amazing. I don't have a photographic memory, but I've always been able to give me a book, and if I can read it, and if I can visualize it, then I got it. It's that visualization piece. I'm a visual learner. So I have to actually visualize it. That's why I don't read ghost stories and I don't read horror, true crime mystery, because in my mind I actually have to envision the murder, or I have to
the mindset.
Yeah. So I don't want to see that in my head, because there's just some things you can't.
Yeah, I can't do that.
You can't get out of your head. There's just certain shows. Yeah.
There's a line you like in the book where Judas is telling Christ that he doesn't know what he's going to be able to do at the trials, because these guys can quote scripture better than anyone he's ever seen. And it's the guy from the future, the Tarek, the one who was a priest, and he knows a lot of scripture, but he can't quote it the way these guys do.
Yeah.
And Jesus says the devil can quote scripture when it suits him. Doesn't mean he understands it.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what you just said.
That's very, very truthful.
In my research I also discovered there is no hell. The entire concept of hell is fabricated. It doesn't exist in the Old Testament. It's not there. It was tacked on from the savior religions to sort of as a control to make you obey.
Well,
it's just not there.
Well, it's funny that you say that, because one of the things I had the opportunity to do is I spent a year with the Lubavitch, with the ultra Orthodox Jews. I actually had the culmination of my year of study with the Lubavitch is I was allowed to attend the high holidays, Passover, everything with with them in New York City at 770. We went to the Rabbi's gravestone, and went to the temple, and it was just incredible time of my life. And one of the things that I learned is the word hell, if you think about it this way, in ancient cities, you had a place dump, right, where you had to put your trash, and it was always burning and it always smelled. And the word hell, actually, the translation in there in Hebrew was dump. And so think about it this way. Think about what we tell our kids when they don't behave or whatever. It's kind of the same thing, is that if you don't behave, we're going to throw you in the dump. We're going to throw you in hell. And so the whole concept, I mean, that's where the Jewish, and it was funny because I had some real good friends. I said, yeah, that's the concept of hell. Or that's where it all started.
But it's not a place you're supposed to be sent to for eternal damnation. That was
well, that's a Christian. Yeah, that was added later.
Right.
But in the Jewish time, in the time, they would tell their kids, we're gonna, if you don't behave, we're gonna throw you into the garbage heap, basically. And that, to get them to behave. It's kind of like, don't make me stop this car. Or whatever.
Yeah.
And it was used like that. And then of course,
these
Dante's
friends
Inferno.
of yours then will be fascinated with this discovery. You've heard of the sealed book of Daniel, that it will not be open till the end of days.
Yep.
Well, Hebrew is all consonants, basically one after another, no periods, no quotation marks or anything. Okay, have them read it backwards.
Oh.
The book of Daniel.
Yeah.
They can read it. It reads backwards, and it's twice as long backwards than it is forward. It's also in a poetic form, much like the story of the man with 100 sheep loses one, goes looks for it. The woman with the 10 coins loses one, cleans the house looking for it, and then that gets you into the what's the name of that son? The one that goes and squanders everything.
Well, that's the whole thing.
Anyway,
we're so naive because what we read in the Bible is just, I mean, the Bible, the Torah, there's so many layers to it that
each single word letter means something.
Yes.
When you used to open the Bible or Scripture and put your finger on something, it was a letter. It wasn't the entire verse. It was just that one letter you were looking for.
Yeah.
And in the sealed book of Daniel, in the center, towards the center of the sealed book, when you're reading it backwards, it actually names the Messiah. It says his name is Yeshua, and that was the name of Jesus, Yeshua.
Yep.
So, anyway, I found that fascinating. And if it's broken, if the sealed book is broken, then we are in what they would call the end of days. This one individual, if you haven't come across his information, you'll find it fascinating. His name is J. Wiedner, Secrets of Alchemy.
Yeah,
we're video.
Hey, Joseph, two things. Number one, I don't know if you're getting away from your microphone, but you're getting really soft. And then,
okay.
Yeah, and then number two, we've got about 20 minutes left of the show. So if there's any concepts or anything that we, we'll continue to talk, but if there's anything that we missed that we need to discuss or you would like to discuss, if we can get it in and stuff now, this would probably be the time. Hello? Hello? Joseph? Huh. That was very bizarre.
No, it's not that.
Oh, there you go. I can hear you, sir.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
I can hear you.
I touched my headset, and it said mute on, and I'm like, how do you unmute this damn thing? So that's what happened.
That's fine. So, like I said, I don't know how much you heard there, but we're about 20 minutes. So yeah, about 10 minutes. So, is there anything that any key concepts, anything like that that we have to do? I mean, I'm definitely gonna
Yeah,
have you
yeah.
come back
I think
on.
what happened? I'm trying to put my words together here. Okay, the Pleiadians have a ship that moves through time. It's made out of element 115, and this ship, they use it for research. And in the future, they find that there's these, for lack of a better word, they're like super Jedi. They're like light masters with light bodies, and basically all the powers of Christ on every world, making changes. You can't take an army against these guys because all they do is raise their hand like Neo in the Matrix, and everything stops. And there's thousands of. Actually, they calculated 6 billion. So they tried to figure out where they were coming from in that one timeline, and they found out that they came from Earth. And they tried to figure out, well, how is that possible? How could humans become that? And we're actually on that timeline to become that. And the way we become that is with this shockwave that's coming. The Hopi prophecy rock. Are you familiar with that?
I am not.
Okay, well, on prophecy rock, it's believed that the people on the surface are wiped out, and the people who cling to Earth or whatever are not. And I was shown in a very powerful vision dream that the prophecies mistranslated, and when I saw the actual translation, I then understood what the shockwave meant. It's kind of like the movie of Star Trek, Nirvana, that the Nexus, that it basically just sweeps over the planet and you're not there anymore. Well, he's still there. He's just not in this dimension, and that's kind of what the shockwave is like. When it comes, you're supposed to stay on the surface and not be afraid, have no fear in your heart, and that shockwave will literally transition you instantaneously into a light body. Now, people around you, if they don't make it, then it'll be as if one vanished and one remained. But as far as I know from my research, that's kind of where we're headed. And the shift that caused us to go in this direction, what caused humanity to move in that one direction very strongly, was actually the election of President Obama. Even though it was just a big joke for the Illuminati or whoever was in charge of doing that, they gave the world hope. They gave not only the American people hope, they gave other nations hope that there could be change, that it was possible. And when that happened, human minds linked instantaneously on live television all at once with hope. And you can't do that to humans because it amplifies whatever it is they're feeling. And that pushed us on an entirely different timeline than what we were headed on. That's why whatever they try, Ebola, all those things don't work anymore. And in this realm, in this section of space, within this photon band, whatever you believe literally manifests. Just like you were saying earlier, if you pray for people to heal from the Ebola virus, they will heal from the Ebola virus. Right now, pharmaceuticals are having a hell of a time trying to pass their new drugs because the placebos are working better than those drugs. And it's just the realm we're in, the direction we're headed. We're headed on that path, and there's little they can do to stop it at this point. They keep pushing us.
It does. It seems like no matter what we do, it just doesn't work. It's just not working.
And that's why. Yeah.
Because I mean, I'll be honest with you. I mean, I actually, and you talk about hope, and with Obama, and when I hoped that he was changed. I actually bought into it. I'm sorry I did, but I did, and it's gotten worse. It's
well, a lot of us did, and the fact that we were all able to hope together at the same time. It doesn't matter what he's done or hasn't done.
Yeah.
Or how we feel now. But it was at that moment, humanity's mind. Remember, the Anunnaki said, if they are united, nothing is impossible for them.
Absolutely.
They did it inadvertently. If they'd have known what they were about to do, I don't think they would have ever done it. But they didn't know what they had caused.
That actually, you are right. The whole world, I can tell you, the whole world took a pause with Obama's election and was hoping. I mean, we saw huge we were in financial issues. A lot of things. I mean, how do you say this? I think it's all smoke and mirrors, but how they solved a lot of our debt crisis and stuff like that. But you did have a sense of things were going to change or are changing.
Well, definitely what I felt was a shift in the timeline, and that's the only way I can describe it, because it didn't feel real. It felt something is wrong, something's not right here. I'm going to wake up any minute. It doesn't feel right.
Yeah.
That it was this electricity in the air that just didn't feel right.
Gotcha.
I mean, it felt cool, it felt neat. I couldn't explain it. I couldn't put a word to it.
Yeah.
But that's what it was. The timeline shifted.
Wow.
In the right direction.
Wow. Is there? Well, I mean, I get what you're saying though. I get that you're saying that this light is going to come in us and those who.
Well, the other thing, and I don't know how many more minutes we have. Just a couple here.
Yeah.
But we've been told this is a planet where you're supposed to learn things and graduate and go on. That's true for humans, for the most part, for the regular people that are here. But the volunteers who came back into the past in these waves that I described with Dolores Cannon, you can look her up on YouTube. It's quite fascinating. They were masters. You were a master of light. You were a master warrior. You would not have been asked to come back here into this much darkness to help turn it into light if you were not, because you would not have survived it. And then by raising the consciousness high enough, these new kids coming here, they are incredibly high energy kids, and I think that's why they're doing this vaccination thing, to dumb them down or control them somehow, because they really shouldn't have been here. We shifted the timeline where I believe the apocalypse has not taken place and will not take place. We're in the time that is called no time, because we've gone beyond the end where it's supposed to end, and we're actually in a region of space where humanity has never been before, and whatever happens here is what we wish for it to happen together collectively, what we create from here forward.
Fascinating. I mean, it's just fascinating. My friend, we can talk, I am sure, for hours more, and we haven't even scratched the surface. I mean, I got a feeling that we just brushed over it, and there's so much more detail that we can add. And I'd love to have you back on the show again, so we can dig a little bit deeper. I can actually give me time to do a little bit more research, so we can get and I appreciate the fact that you took time out of your schedule and everything to come on the show and share your expertise and your knowledge and your wisdom with our listeners and everything. I've got so much studying to do, so much more reading I have to do in the next couple of months and everything. So.
I want to thank you for having me on the show, and I hope that in reading my book, it will guide you. It was designed to guide people to this knowledge and where I found it.
Sure. And I do have a link to your book actually on your page. Now we put that up. Mm-hmm. Some of the other documents that you referenced, the ones that you sent me, I'll get those loaded up there as well, so people can take a look at those. But Joe, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. This is a great show for my comeback. I'll have to say, I don't know if you caught the very beginning. It was weird. I don't know if the hurricane or whatever it was just sucked the energy out of me. And I just didn't feel right going on the show tonight. It had nothing to do with the topic or anything. It's just, I think it's just, the 4 days of this, 3 days of stress and everything culminated, and I just didn't feel like myself. I didn't feel like the show. And I will tell you this: after tonight's show, you kicked me back into my old self, and I appreciate that, because now I know why we do these shows.
I had something similar happen, and I know when that's happening, it's almost like resistance. The universe is pushing resistance to see how you'll
Yeah.
push through it. But the instant, just minutes before I went to call you, I sat down and the bed shifted in such a way that my back hurt and I was in so much pain, and I have been in pain. I'm actually laying on a heating pad right now.
Oh,
I'm
man.
like, what happened? What is the universe does this? It's like they see you're going to go in for a goal and they throw a chair in front of you or something, like you're playing basketball. And I'm like, you're not helping. You're really not helping. I'm the one in the game here. I know what needs to be done. And you really should stop listening to your guys, a lot of them, from this point on, because you are in the arena and they are not. And from this point, you know better what needs to be done, and they really don't, because they don't have the handbook. We're in a field that's never been played before.
Yeah.
In a game that's never been seen before.
Gotcha. Oh, that's so true. Maybe I shifted my negative energy on top, and I do apologize for that, my friend. I really do. If I did.
Oh, no, you did.
It was
No, I don't
weird.
think so.
Well,
I think it was something over here.
Well, go listen now. I'm going to tell you. Go listen to the show that I did with Sasha the night that I did.
First 30 minutes.
That the hurricane.
Okay. Maybe you did.
What's that?
I said maybe you did. I have to listen to the first 30 minutes. I was trying to listen to it, and my computer wasn't coming up.
Yeah, listen to it because I was just. Yeah, I was just discombobulated. I didn't feel myself. It was almost like it was just gibberish that was coming out of me. It was just, but it was, what was weird though, is go back, if you're going to listen to a show, go back and listen to the Hurricane Night show that we did Thursday night with Sasha. During the night, we had all sorts of audio problems, and the storm didn't kick in. And in about 30 minutes to an hour, Sasha was like, Jeff, I have, on the show, on the air, and a lot of people were making comments to me about it. I'm like, no, I don't think that's what she's saying. But she's an empath, so she can pick up on people's things. And she said, she goes, right. You're burning me up. She goes, I am breaking out in a sweat just talking to you. There's something going on. And listen to that show, because it was bizarre. It was the strangest thing. And then all of a sudden, boom, we got at 1:30. We got hammered with the hurricane.
Oh, so you felt unsupported.
What's that?
Right. You felt maybe unsupported.
Yeah, I know. Well, I think what it was for me, because of the storm coming in, I was fearful. I mean, anybody would be fearful when a hurricane literally is at your front door. And I was concerned for my family. I was concerned, but I had to do the show. Yeah, I had to do.
I've been in hurricane. I'm like that guy on Forrest Gump. You call this a storm?
Yeah. Well, it's my first one. So I'm a noob. When it comes, it's kind of like when I lived up in Chicago and we get snowstorms. I'd be like, this ain't nothing. Give me 4 feet of snow. This ain't no big deal. But I'll tell you one thing. I saw the power of Mother Earth. She took a 10-ton boat. I have a sports fisher. She picked that sucker up and put it right on the dock. I mean, literally just picked it right up and put it right on the dock. And this is a boat that I had to have transported with semi-truck and cranes and literally when that surge came in. It literally picked. I can't. We got pictures. I'm going to share them with you. I got to let the insurance guy. I feel like Donald Trump here. I got to let the insurance company see them first before I put them out there. But yeah, I'm under audit. No, but we're going to put them out there, and this was a category 1.
Trump.
What's that?
Speaking of Donald Trump, I picked up some energy that I really don't like, and I'm going to try, and maybe we can all push it in the right direction. But the remote viewers have seen, Ed Daines and others, that Obama's the last president. There's no one after him. And all he has to do is declare a state of emergency and take over the elections and say Hillary's unfit and so's Trump. I'm just going to continue. And that's pretty much what he's been hinting at all along, and he can do it. He has the power to do it right now, and so does the Department of Security.
I think if
lined up for it.
Unfortunately, though, if he did that, it would be. I think it would be. It'd be civil war in the United States. It would definitely be civil war. You'll have. I mean, we're at each other's throats now. Think about it. We're fighting with. There used to be a time where you could have a sensible conversation with someone that you disagreed with. Now it becomes fisticuffs, and it's just it's sad. It's sad because I've always believed that everybody has a right to their opinion, and if everybody agreed with me all the time, it would be a boring world. So I welcome.
Those other worlds are very boring.
Yeah, yeah, but we got to the point now though you can't say it's almost like you're afraid to say what you believe.
Well, there is something coming, and when I put the data together, because of my mind, the way it works, I can analyze things. I'm very good at troubleshooting. I was a technician for Motorola. I have a degree in electrical engineering. And what I'm seeing, as far as people panicking, thinking we're going to be invaded, we are going to be invaded. And when you see foreign boots on the ground, don't panic and do not attack them unless you are being attacked, because they're not here for you. They're here for the cabal.
Yeah.
They know we're completely under their control, and unless they do something, then they will have the upper hand eventually.
Well,
and it won't be long from now. So.
Yeah, I'll tell you right now, Putin has already put a arrest warrant on Soros and a lot of those guys. I mean, he's already said that these guys are criminals, and the bankers, and there used to be a time, and I don't want this is not.
Right.
We can probably have this conversation on another night on another topic, but I'm with you. I'm with you on that. Is that I don't. They're not here for me and you. They're definitely not here for me and you. It's just my thing is that the powers that be, the New World Order, the Satanists out there, and they are evil people. And actually, my real good friend Jeff Hayes has written a book on the New World Order. You might want to read it. It might be very, very enlightening for you. But he has done extensive research on these individuals, and
some of that, just like your maniacs, people that are psychopaths. It's hard to read that. Yeah. It's hard to read the work from Jason Rand on Planet X, because the government went out of its way to make sure no one could detect this object incoming. The space weather, the people keeping track of space weather, they shut that down within the month. Anything and anybody who could track this thing coming in, those departments were done away with very quickly.
Well, that's why I was wondering if there was astronomers. That's why I started the question at the very beginning. There's astronomers that like disappearing.
They're dying in groups and pairs. Yeah.
Oh, are there? Okay.
The major astronomers. Yeah.
See.
The book is called Planet X by Jason Rand. Very thick, and he did a tremendous amount of research. He thought it would be here in 2003, though. That's the only thing you have to just not disregard. But he very, very, very detailed, almost anal retentive when it comes to the research.
Wow.
A lot of research, a lot of data, a lot of facts of what the government did to prepare for this thing and keep us in the dark.
Keep us in the dark. So
as long as possible.
All right, my friend. I will definitely be in touch, and we'll if you got time to do another show in about a month or so, I'd love to have you back on, and stuff.
Yeah,
that's okay.
That'd be great.
All right, Joseph. I'll give you a call tomorrow and everything. But we got 1 minute left, so I'll wrap up the show and everything. But you take care of yourself, and I will definitely be in touch. All right.
Okay. Aloha.
All right, my friend. Bye now. There you go. Another great show, I have to say. It started out kind of shaky, but it ended up doing exactly what we wanted to do. I mean, Joe, wow. I've learned so much. It's amazing. It's amazing. That's why we bring guests like this onto the show, because I can't sit here for 4 hours and explain this stuff to you that I've learned. I'm a neophyte with some of these things, and that's why we wanted to bring the show. So Dan, thank you for suggesting this topic. It's just been enlightening. I've heard the Nephilim, the reptilians, and the Planet X, and the Nephilim, and all of that stuff from Ike and those guys, and I never really paid any close attention to it. But what I also find amazing is, if you look at the guests that we had prior to this show, I almost think it was divine in some nature, because our other guests that we had, like Wall, Wall Thornhill and those guys who came on the show, Dr. Arm, that came on the show and stuff, kind of prepared us, kind of set the stage for tonight's show. And what a show to come back to. What a show to come back to. So everybody out there, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for the support and for everything you guys have done. I can't tell you how much Sandy and I thank you guys for your well wishes and stuff as we were going through this time. But our time, the issues that we had here, nothing, dent boat, that's nothing compared to what most of the people in Crystal River and Cedar Keys and other people are suffering. So if you guys have anything you'd like to donate, reach out to the Red Cross. Go out, Google Cedar Keys, Google, mainly Cedar Keys is the big one. Google them and see if they'll take donations or everything. I know that Sandy and we have a refrigerator that we're not using, and we have a dishwasher when we upgraded our kitchen, and we're going to make some donations there for some individuals. Do what you can do. If it's clothes, if it's whatever. If you got clothes that you guys sell on eBay, don't sell them on eBay. Just pack them up. If you got baby clothes or children clothes, you got to remember this whole island was basically wiped out, and it's all low lying. It's right on the coast, so they got hit hard, and they can use whatever you got. So just package it up and send it to them. I believe you can send it to the fire station there at Cedar Keys. They'll know exactly what to do with it. But with that, I just want to say, great show. Thoroughly enjoyed it. It was a way to kick me in the butt, to get me back into the flow of things and everything. And I look forward to tomorrow's show as well. I have to go through my list. We did add the guest page. You can go out there to the upcoming guests on the calendar. Now, I will tell you that we did reschedule Gerald Artisan. He's going to be coming back on. Tomorrow is Kelly Sullivan Walden. She's going to be joining us tomorrow. But I will let you know the show for Friday, which is Gerald. He will be rescheduled. And then also we're going to bring Sasha back and finish up our conversation. I want to know a little bit more because, like I said, right before we got knocked off the air, she was experiencing some high energy coming from this end of it. So that's about it. I just want to say once again, thank you guys. If it wasn't for you, I don't know. I wouldn't be doing this, and I appreciate the fact that you allow me to entertain you and to do these shows. So with that, we're going to end it with our traditional exit songs. Until tomorrow, my friends, be well, and most importantly, be loved.
Any other human being get each day make you stronger somehow in some way. Look for your own truth in your heart when it's bold. You know, it may seem like a coda, but I learned it from my Baba. It's not what you believe, it's what you do. It's what you do. It's what you do.